August 2022 meeting of the City Scranton Zoning Hearing Board will now come to order. Will the secretary please take roll?
Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Gattens?
Here.
Mr. Collins?
Here.
Mr. McDermott?
Here.
Mr. Walsh?
Here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag.
In accordance with the Pennsylvania State Sunshine Law, this board shall render its decision on each case either at the end of each hearing or within 45 days of the hearing. If you are here to give testimony in a case, please come to the podium, raise your right hand, and wait to be sworn in. After being sworn in, state your name and address and proceed with your testimony. Also, anyone giving testimony who does not become a party to the case may obtain a written decision from the zoning office. I also have two announcements of law. If you are granted a variance or a special exception, you must wait 30 days from the date of our decision to obtain the necessary permits to start work. However, you may obtain a permit sooner by signing a waiver that any work done during that 30-day period is at your own risk. A favorable decision by this board shall expire 12 months from the date of said authorization in accordance with the section 111I of the zoning ordinance. If you fail to obtain the necessary permits or do not comply with any or all conditions of said authorization, you must seek an extension. Is there any remarks? The verification of the postings, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Leach is out sick today, but I did speak with him and he has posted those properties.
Thank you. Call the first case.
Number one, Rafiq Ahmed seeks variance to use property at 409 Honesdale Court as two-family home, light industrial zone.
Okay, I see, I don't think anybody's here, so we're going to take a vote on this time since it's been a few months, I believe, right?
Yeah, or we could push that off until the end, just in case.
Okay.
But yeah, let's hold it off till the end. But
we will vote on this tonight.
But we can vote on this one tonight.
All right. I think it's been dragged on too long.
Yeah.
Next case, please.
Case number two, Daniel J. Portanova seeks interpretation and/or variance to use property to park or store vehicles at 1218 Oliver Place, R2 zone.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Could you please raise your right hand?
She's an attorney.
I'm sorry.
One second, please. Are they your prints there? Are they with you?
No,
Gentlemen, could you slide your
put
prints
those
down
there.
and
Yeah,
remove them?
just move them out of the way.
Okay. I'm sorry, you may proceed.
Oh, thank you. Ryan Loftus, I'm here on behalf of Daniel Portanova. We filed an application for an interpretation or the variance in the alternative. Mr. Portanova owns the empty lot at 1218 Oliver Place in West Scranton. It is a vacant lot. It was a property that was a home burnt down years before he bought it, and he has been intermittently parking vehicles on that lot. The city of Scranton from the zoning office has been gracious enough to allow us to seek this ordinance while there's a dispute over whether or not the cars are abandoned or junk vehicles. We are of the position they are not. They are all registered and drivable. They are just being stored temporarily either by him for his personal vehicles, or he is allowing the body shop across the alley to park the cars there while they are waiting repair. We do not believe that this non-commercial activity is a violation of the ordinance, and we do seek your guidance on that. And if you do find it is in violation of the ordinance, we would ask that you allow a variance. Mr. Portanova is willing to comply with any restrictions that you may have, such as putting up a fence or anything like that. And Mr. Portanova is also here if you have any questions of him. I would like to just put some evidence through him into the record if you don't mind. Dan, so you're going to come up to the podium and be sworn in.
Would you like me to swear? Okay. You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Daniel Portanova, 231 Willow Drive, Jefferson Township, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
May I have Dan sit and question her from here?
Yeah, if you want to pull that remote, listen to me, the microphone close to you, make sure the button is turned on.
Mr. Portanova, do you own the property at 1218 Oliver Place?
I do.
Can you describe the property for the board?
It's just an empty lot.
Was it always an empty lot?
No, there was a apartment complex on there, and it burned down, and I bought it from the original owner and ripped the house down and just made an empty dirt lot.
Could you describe the neighborhood? Are there any other businesses or institutional uses?
Yeah, in our block, there's a bakery, a sweet shop, I believe. There's a church. Across the street, there used to be a hair place in our body shop, well, my father's body shop.
So what do you currently use 1218 Oliver Place for?
We just store some cars there. A couple of my personal items are on there, pickup truck, a trailer. And then my dad has the body shop, and we just park the cars there while they're waiting to get fixed, to come in the shop.
Are these are vehicles drivable?
Yes, they're just smashed, you know, they get in an accident. Sometimes a tire is bad or something, but majority of the time they're drivable.
Are they registered and inspected at the time they're on the lot?
Yes, they're all registered and inspected.
Approximately how long do they stay there at a time?
Some could be there a couple days, could be there a week or two.
And so do you own Danny Portanova's Auto Body and Collision?
I do not.
Who does?
My father.
Do you receive any compensation for allowing these vehicles to
No,
park there?
it's for free.
Regarding this matter, have you had any incidents with your neighbors?
Yes, they're always calling the police or sending me letters. It's just, it's very aggravating.
Do you have any positive interactions with your neighbors regarding?
I don't interact with them at
No,
all.
I'm sorry, any neighbors, not the neighbors.
Yeah, we've been there a long time at the body shop, so all the neighbors know us.
Did anyone express any support for your
Yeah,
request here before this board?
we have a couple signed from neighbors saying we're not doing anything wrong.
I'm going to hand you, would you prefer letters or numbers for exhibit reference?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm going to hand you, or I'll call exhibit 1. Can you tell me what that is?
I'm going to object unless I, number one, have an opportunity to look at it, and number two, if it's something that has been authored by someone other than a person going to testify tonight, I would object as hearsay.
I'll let you review it, and then you can...
Yes.
I'm okay. I don't need to see it yet.
Oh, okay. I would just renew my objection. I mean, this is some sort of
petition, but they're not here to testify.
Well,
And if
that will be my question, Attorney Loftus. Is anybody that signed that here to testify tonight?
There
is.
is two individuals here that could testify.
Okay, so we'll strike the petition, but allow the two people to testify.
That's fine, thank you. Mr. Portnova, are you ready and willing to comply with any conditions should the zoning board put them on the property? Do you want me to repeat?
No, yes, I'm open to anything that I need to do to continue.
That's all I have. I could call my next witness. Mr.
Do you want to, I was going to say, you can cross.
Do you want to stand? You sit. Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted the podium.
You okay there?
I'm fine.
Mr. Cordova.
Well, why don't we switch? Go over to, let him have that microphone, please.
Oh, Mr. Portnova,
Hand the microphone over to you.
oh, I'm sorry.
Attorney Mulligan, is it on? Is the green light on?
It is on.
Yeah, it is.
It's on, he just has to be closer. Yep.
Okay, that's better. Mr. Portnova, I didn't catch your address, your home address?
231 Willow Drive,
Where's that?
Jefferson Township.
Jefferson Township, okay. And you are the record owner of the lot located at 1218 Oliver Place?
Yes.
And when did you purchase that property?
I don't know the exact date, right? Pretty much maybe a couple of months after the fire.
Okay. And it was zoned residential and is currently zoned residential, correct?
If you say so, I'm not sure exactly.
Well, have you received a number of complaints from the city with respect to parking vehicles on that property?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that there's been an enforcement action taken against you with respect to that property and the storage of vehicles by my clients?
Yes, we went to court the other day, or last month.
Right. And isn't it true that Judge Gibbons has yet to rule on that particular issue that was before the court?
Yeah, I didn't hear any ruling yet.
Okay. And isn't it true that the parking of the vehicles isn't intermittent, it's daily, and there are a number of vehicles that are being parked there which require auto body work, am I correct?
Yeah, yes.
And isn't it true that the lot in question, 1218 Oliver Place, is an extension of Portnova Auto Body, which is located at 1511 Luzerne Street?
No, it's not.
Okay. And isn't it true that the autos that are being stored on 1218 Oliver Place are, excuse me, are being moved from Oliver Place into Portnova Auto Body from time to time?
Yes, from time to time, yes.
And you indicated that, strike that, describe the neighborhood for me.
There's houses and there's businesses.
Okay.
And there's a school.
Yeah, how far from your lot, your residential lot, is the West Scranton High School?
300 feet, 400 feet, maybe
And isn't
more.
it true that hundreds of students parade up and down that court on a daily basis going?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. How long have you been involved with this property?
2 years, 3 years?
And you've never seen,
I don't sit in an abandoned, an empty lot and look at kids going by.
okay. And isn't it true that there's a daycare within 300 feet of that lot
Yes.
that you want to have changed to commercial?
Absolutely, yes, there is.
And isn't it true that there are vehicles on jacks that are on your property?
There was one, and the city told us to remove it, and we did.
And isn't it true that despite the city's admonitions, you've continued to use that property as a feeder for the auto body shop. Isn't that true?
Yep.
Okay. And isn't it true that some of those cars stay for more than 2 weeks? They stay for 2-3 weeks at a clip.
I couldn't answer. I don't count the days that the cars are standing there.
And do you get paid
Do I
for
get
you, for renting the lot to your?
I don't rent the lot, no.
Okay, it's not leased.
Nope,
You do it, you just do it
it's free.
free, okay. And have the police been called there before?
Yes,
And you told the board that you would comply with any conditions that they would impose upon you if you were allowed to continue to use the R2 property as commercial property, correct?
yes.
But you haven't followed the rules to this date, isn't that true?
I'm following the rule. I'm here today.
Right, and isn't it true that you filed a request for a variance after my clients had to expend the money to bring you to court?
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. And do you know the size of that lot?
Maybe 50 by 100. I'm not exactly sure.
And did you ever apply to this board for a variance if it wasn't conforming? Did you ever ask the board to continue to have it residential?
I didn't know it wasn't residential until the city sent me a letter.
You purchased this property and you didn't know it was residential?
I did not.
And were you familiar with that neighborhood for years prior to you purchasing it?
Yes.
And you didn't know that people were living in that property?
Yes, but there's people that live in commercial zones.
And so you never applied for a variance to have it, if it's a non-conforming property, to have it conform or have an R2 zone, right? You never did. All right. And I believe you answered that the daycare is within 300.
The daycare is fenced in, and they don't go out in the alley and let little kids play out there.
And you believe your proposed use doesn't diminish any development or diminish the neighborhood in any way? Is that your testimony?
I do not.
Now, let me ask you this. Let's talk about the auto body shop where these cars are going into. They go into the rear, isn't that true?
They could go in the front or the rear, it doesn't matter.
Now, isn't it true that the auto body shop is located at 1511 Luzerne Street?
No, it's not true.
Well, what's the address?
1153 Luzerne.
Okay, so correct me, 1153 Luzerne Street. And isn't it true that there are 12 parking spots?
I'm going to object. Mr. Portnoy does not own the body shop, and this is not about the body shop property. It's about his property at 1218 Oliver Place.
We're going to let that question, we'll allow that question.
Isn't it true that there are at least 12,
No,
maybe?
it is not.
Okay, so if I show you a picture reflecting 12 spots for cars to be parked on the front of Port Nova Auto Body, I'd be misrepresenting?
I would like to see the picture, please.
If I may have a minute? Mr. Pinitar, should we have these marked as
So far, we have no exhibits, so you can mark it Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cornwall, I'm going to show you what I've had marked as Exhibits 1 and 2, and I'll ask you if you recognize that.
Yep.
And if you could tell the board what's Exhibit 1 and what's Exhibit 2.
One is here, 5 spots on this side, and it looks like 4 spots on this side. 5 and 4 is 9. That's not at least 12.
I would disagree, but the court can count. If I may approach, Mr. Pinitar?
Sure.
So, Exhibit 1 for the board, you can count 6 spots there, the equipment number on the other side.
Attorney Mulligan, get to your point, get to your point why it's relevant.
And isn't it true that your uncle testified that if he were to park the what? His father, excuse me. Isn't it true that your father testified that if he were to park the cars that were involved in accidents out front, it would be an eyesore? You remember that testimony he gave from Judge Gibbons?
Yeah, I'd have to uphold the objection there.
I don't recall that.
When I say objective.
Okay, so you don't remember that testimony? I think that's all I have of this witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just briefly.
Oh, sorry.
Dan, we were asked about the intermittent parking of the vehicles. Do the same vehicles stay there for long periods of time?
No, they
In
don't.
excess of a month?
Not even a month. They're people's smashed cars, they want them fixed.
You were asked about the zoning office contacting you when they do find issues. How quickly do you correct those issues?
Instantly.
And has any of the zoning violations to date proceeded to a hearing through the zoning officer?
No.
No. That's all I have.
Mr. Carter, I want to be quick. Isn't it true that all of those hearings were continued until the matter was brought to the attention of Judge Gibbons most recently?
I didn't continue any.
Well, the city continued them, didn't they?
I'm not the city, I'm Dan Portnovo.
No, okay. Then I'll ask it this way. Isn't it true that the hearings in connection with the enforcement were continued by the city of Scranton for the last 2 years?
Apparently, if you say so.
I don't know.
I'd just like to clarify that the hearing before Magistrate Gallagher was continued so that we could come here by the city. Dan, you can sit down. Can I have 1 second, please? Just briefly, I'm going to call Jay and Teresa Minicozy. They are neighbors. If you could stand. Teresa, if you want to come to the microphone.
Okay.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Name and address, please.
1147 Luzerne Street, Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Teresa.
Teresa Minicozy.
James P. Minicozy, 1147 Luzerne Street, Scranton. My garage is in the Oliver Court, across the street, well, catty corner from the lot that's in question.
You put the microphone over with that after.
Gotta share it.
That's okay.
We have been living there for 22 years. We never had this kind of problem. And you know, Danny Portnovo, I can't see all this trouble coming. He had the COVID last winter. Every winter, he goes through that alley to make sure that it's, in case there's school, that the alley is clean, and he salts it. Even my husband had a triple bypass. He even came over and did ours for us. Then he goes out front, and he goes over our sidewalks, the neighbor sidewalks, so the kids don't fall and everything. I can't see this. And then her mother,
He keeps Oliver Court open constantly.
I was friends with her mother, Annie, for so many years, since we were 15 years old. And she came to my house and told me about her daughter coming to the neighborhood. And I saw a red flag.
Can I just direct you to the issue here? Do you have an issue with Dan Portnoy using his lot to park?
Definitely.
Not at all,
Definitely not.
no,
Definitely.
not at all.
Do you feel that it diminishes the character of the neighborhood or value of your property?
Definitely not.
No, it's an asset. It's an asset.
I mean, as far as
Like I
that-
said, he keeps the alley open all the time,
And as-
whenever it snows.
And as far as the children, we have signs up for the children. Not a child was ever, in danger there. And as far as this goes, when a car is pulled in to get done, that car is off that lot within 3 to 4 days. I don't know what they're talking about.
And the daycare is all fenced in. The children never go into the alley, never.
If we saw a danger, we would speak up.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question. I couldn't hear their last name.
Minicozy.
Minicozy.
Minicozzi.
James and Teresa.
James and Teresa Minicozy.
Any questions, please?
Yes,
What?
Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs.
Minicozy.
Minicozy.
Mini Cozy.
Minicozy.
That's
Okay, good. I apologize. Thank you for
okay.
correcting.
Pull that microphone over.
You believe that parking vehicles on an empty lot in a residential area is an asset to the neighborhood?
No, we didn't say that.
Well, that was the impression that you
No.
gave this board.
You are saying it's a danger. It's not a danger, because he has the father and the son working together. That lot, when he bought it, he put his father's cars on there to get repaired, and they went right in the rear of the garage and got repaired. There were no danger to any children in the
And it's not a
neighborhood.
residential lot. It's fenced in. It's wired in
I think
with
it's,
an open driveway.
I'm not going to argue with you, but it's zone R2. That's why we're here this evening.
There's no property, no house on it.
And
It's an empty lot.
you don't believe that parking vehicles there on jacks and damaged vehicles would be an attractive nuisance to
They're not
kids?
on jacks. They are not on jacks.
Okay.
there was one on there. When he got the warning, he took it immediately off.
Let me show you. Must be marked as Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
No.
You know?
Mm-mm.
I was going to say, it needs to be identified.
Oh, I didn't move for admission yet. I'll have them verify, authenticate the document. So, Mr. and Mrs. Minicozy,
Yes.
hypothetically, if a ball was kicked under there and a kid got under there, would that be a problem?
Okay, let's go back to the photo.
No,
We
Never
need, we
happened.
need to know whether it shows what it's supposed to show, and when was it taken?
I don't,
You don't know?
no, I don't represent that.
What does it depict?
I don't recognize that at all.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
You can't, you can't introduce it in because it hasn't been authenticated.
Were you guys wrapped up?
Yeah, we're wrapped up. Do you want, are you gonna?
Yeah, I'm going to call my clients. I would call Lynn Lebowski to the stand. Lynn, you want to go up there? Okay, and you can stand, and I'll have you testify.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Lynn Lebrowski, 1218 Rock Street, Scranton, PA.
Thank you.
Lynn, how long have you lived at 1218 Rock Street?
A little more than 10 years.
And what's your property zoned?
Residential.
And is the surrounding neighborhood mostly residential?
Our entire block is residential.
And does your property abut 1218 Oliver Place?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And have you complained to the city for the last 2 years about the damaged vehicles being parked there?
The city's failed us for the last 2 years. I've complained, I've sent emails, taken photos, called every person in the zoning office, code enforcement office, and no one has done anything.
And at some point in time, most recently, were you forced to utilize the municipal planning code in order to get that complaint in front of the Court of Common Pleas?
Yes,
And that matter was heard by Judge Gibbons, am I correct?
correct.
And he has not ruled on that as of yet.
Not that I know of, no.
Now, Lynn, you've indicated that you've taken pictures.
Yes.
Have you taken them yourself?
Yes, I've taken them myself.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit A. May I approach Mr. Pennecar with these?
Yes.
I'd ask you to look at those photographs.
Okay.
Tell me if you recognize them and if you took them.
The first photograph is our home. That's 1218 Rock Street. Yes, I took that photo.
You took them and you recognize them?
Yes,
You're the one who took the photos?
yes.
Now describe each photo for us.
So the second photo is a shot from right down by the school, and the home on the left of ours is a neighbor of ours. There's a home on the right, there's actually 3 more homes, and then going all the way up the block is all residential. And across the street, except for the baseball field, it's all residential as well. So both sides would be residential. So I'll move
Continue to go through the photos.
to the next photo. The next photo, that would be our neighbor Chesla's home. He takes very nice care of his property. And then this house in the next photo would be the neighbor to the right. He also does a pretty good job of taking care of his property as well. The next photo is a shot from over at the school of 12th Street, 12th Ave, which that's a picture of the church on the corner, and then the daycare is right behind it. The house across the court, which would be on our side, is also residential, and that was a neighbor of ours. Her name was Maria. She passed away just recently. And the next photo would be a picture of the front of Mr. Portanova's body shop, and it shows ample parking spaces. The next photo would be a picture of the back of the church, which is where the yard is for the Head Start. It is fenced in. The next photo would be a picture of a truck that sat on a jack stand on a slope in dirt for 3 weeks. And the next photo would also be a truck that sat on a jack stand, but there's other vehicles I have photos of on jack stands as well. They're just not in this collection, although the next photo is another picture of a car on a jack stand on a slope in dirt. And the next photo would be a picture of the empty lot that we're referring to at 1218 Oliver Place. They're a little dark, but the vehicles are smashed in the photo. So,
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3.
okay,
Do you recognize that?
yes,
And did you take that photograph?
I did.
And can you tell the court what that depicts?
A really, really unsafe situation.
Well,
It's a truck that's in dirt on a slope, on a jack stand, and it sat that way for weeks.
Is it still that way?
It is not now. I did reach out to the 311 yet again, said if it was in the mayor's heart to care about the children's safety in the neighborhood, this was not acceptable. I also sent some manuals pointing out that jack stands are never safe in dirt, never.
I was over there for last hearing.
Okay,
And I figured I don't see it there then, and I didn't see it there. I just asked, you know.
you're welcome. This photo, actually, this truck was there, I believe, if my memory serves correct, and I have timestamps. I believe the first time I saw it was May 17th, and it sat there till beginning of June. Okay,
I'm also going to show you Exhibits 1 and 2
okay.
and ask you if you took those photos and if you recognize them.
Yes, I did take them, and I do recognize them.
Can you describe for the board what Exhibit 1 depicts?
Exhibit 1 would be the, if you're facing the front of Mr. Portanova's, that would be the right side of the parking lot. Exhibit 2 would be the left side.
And are there ample parking spaces for cars in the Portnova Body Shop front?
It appears that way, yes.
Now, how long did you say you lived there?
A little more than 10 years.
Have you had the opportunity to see pedestrian traffic going and coming through the court Oliver Place?
Yes.
And can you tell the members of the board what kind of traffic, foot traffic goes through there?
People from the neighborhood walk through there. My husband and I ourselves walk through there. Children, when they're going and coming from school, walk through.
And would that be going and coming to the West Scranton High School?
The high school, yes.
Okay. And the daycare is only about 300 feet away?
Maybe not even 100 feet.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you have concerns about children, family. Do you have nieces, nephews, grandchildren?
I have a 3-year-old niece, I have a 2-year-old granddaughter, and a 6-year-old granddaughter.
And the property in question has been and continues to be zoned R2, am I correct?
Correct?
And do you believe that zoning it differently, if the board were to do so, would change the neighborhood?
It would definitely change the characteristic of the neighborhood.
And how would you say it would change the characteristic of the neighborhood?
It would be putting a junkyard in our neighborhood, and it's already been going on for well over 2 years.
And that property burned down how long ago?
I believe in 20, was it 20?
And would you,
No, it might have been 19. I'd have to check my records.
would you object to another residence being built there?
As long as it met the setback requirements, no. I would have no problem with that.
I have no further questions. I would just move for the admissions of 1 through, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, and Exhibit A.
I have no objection. I just have a couple quick questions for Ms. Lebrowski. Sure. Ms. Lebrowski, the pictures that we looked at before marked Exhibit A that you took,
Okay,
you said the first picture depicts your house, is that correct?
I'd have to see it.
Oh,
Yes, that's correct.
the second picture, are other residences,
Correct.
third, fourth, and so on? What street are these residences on in the first 4 pictures?
That would be Rock Street.
And that's the street that you live on?
Correct.
So, from your property, is there anything separating your property and 1218 Oliver Place?
A fence.
How many?
Actually, 2 fences. They both belong to us.
So they're both your fences?
They're both our fences, yes.
Separating your property from this lot?
Correct.
So, how often do you take pictures of Mr. Portnova's property?
Anywhere from once a week to several times a week. It's a nuisance.
So you go through the alley to take the photos? How do you take the photos of his?
With my phone.
No, I mean physically.
Sometimes I walk, sometimes I drive through.
Okay. Do you ever hang any signs or objects up on your fence directed towards Mr. Portnova?
No, absolutely not.
Do you work at Portnova's body shop?
Do I work there?
Yes.
No, I don't work there.
Do you have any knowledge of their business or business practices?
What does that have to do with anything? No, I
Because-
would have no knowledge of their business practices, no.
Okay, so you are not qualified to say whether or not the parking is ample for their business?
Well, what I'm saying is there's empty spots out front when he's filling up a residential lot with junk, smashed vehicles, with sharp objects on jack stands, smashed windows, missing parts, doors missing, trunks missing, hoods missing, okay?
That was a yes or no question.
Yeah, okay.
And you were speaking about your niece and children. Do you let them play in the alley?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I have nothing.
But not since the,
That was fine.
block got taken over
I
illegally.
have nothing further.
Okay.
I'll follow up with just one question. Have you let your nieces, nephews, grandchildren play in the alley since Mr. Portnova has been
Absolutely
storing
not, no.
damaged vehicles there?
It's not safe, I would never.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not sure. I'd like to call my other client, if it will be cumulative, and
If there's anything
what's that?
new, if there's anything new or different than what's already been testified to, we'll allow it.
Okay, we'll call Mr. Ross. Lynn, you could sit here.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, yes.
Name and address, please.
Jeff Lebrowski, 1218 Rock Street, Scranton, PA.
Thank you.
Mr. Lebrowski, how long have you lived at Rock Street?
A little over 10 years.
And when did the problem at 1218 Oliver Place start?
Oh, boy, this problem started 7 years ago. We could go from there. This property's been a nuisance property since then. Mr. Portnova used to park his plow vehicles there with rock salt dripping down.
As to the
Let me
timeframe.
just ask, Jeff, has it become a problem over the last 2 years?
It's been a problem for 7 years, and the city of Scranton hasn't done nothing
I'm
for me.
going to object again.
Not nothing. She could object all she wants. These other people got up here and said stuff, that's not right. The city of Scranton has failed us. That's, you know.
You're
that's-
you're here before the zoning board tonight, so let's keep it to what we're here for tonight.
So if I would just hope and pray that the zoning board wouldn't approve this property, not knowing that I have rollbacks backing into my property where I have children that are playing. That's very unsafe. Vehicles could come off a rollback. I know that from experience. This is very unsafe. It's been unsafe for the longest time. And we don't get anywhere with the city, so at least if you guys would vote against it tonight, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
There's also Trudy and Anthony Nesbeth from the neighborhood here to speak on the Lebrowskis.
Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
1208 Rock Street.
Anthony Nesbitt, 1208 Rock Street.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Nesbeth.
Mr. and Mrs. Nesbeth, how long have you lived in the neighborhood?
12 years.
Okay. And you're familiar with 1218 Oliver Place?
Yes.
Have you observed damaged vehicles being parked there over the last 2 years?
Yes. I would just like to say we used to live at 1212 Rock Street, so we lived right next door to that property.
To the 1218?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have an occasion to observe that property on a daily basis?
Yes. For
And
7 years.
are there a number of damaged vehicles parked on that R2 zone property on a daily basis?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Yes, we do.
Does it cause you concern that there are vehicles that are damaged and on jacks parked there?
Yes.
Is there any appropriate fencing around that property?
No.
Is there anything that you'd like to add to provide the board with?
So I would. So the 7 years that we lived right next door, I, myself, have witnessed children inside those vehicles. I witnessed children get hurt inside those vehicles and administered aid to those children. They have been cut, okay? Understand that the daycare is fenced in, but children live in that alley. Children play in that alley, and children have played in those vehicles,
I have nothing further.
okay?
Just briefly, you said you currently live at 1208 Rock Street? And previously you lived at 1212 Rock, or, Rock, okay. When, you just said in the last 7 years, you've seen children injured?
No, the 7 years that I lived next to the property. 1212.
So you lived next to
I lived at
1212?
1212 for 7 years.
And when did you leave 1212?
2018.
2018. So you left 1212 2 years before my client bought the property. So,
I can still see, I live right next door.
no, I understand.
Excuse me,
but-
1 second. Excuse me, gentlemen. Would you mind just keeping it down back there, please? It's hard to hear. Thank you.
Do you have any dates or photos from the injuries that you're alleging?
Do I have dates or photos?
No. And they happened while you lived at 1212,
Yes.
prior to 2018?
Prior to 2018, yes.
Okay, so those cars were not placed there by my client. I have nothing further.
No.
I have nothing further.
Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to give testimony in this case? I was just curious, guys. I know you're totally against this parking lot, but is there any happy medium that if they were to completely fence this property in, maybe put some landscaping around the fence to make it look presentable, would it help at all instead of having a wide open parking lot? Could they totally fence it in?
For 2 years, I complained to the city of Scranton, and they failed me and didn't do nothing. They didn't give them a violation, a citation, nothing.
Well, I understand. We can't help that here, though.
I understand you can't help that there, but if you're gonna go and grant this man that permission, then I'm gonna have to sit there every day and have to deal with this, and I don't want to. Would any of you members up there want this in your backyard? That's the question I have for all of you.
And whether he fences it in, beautifies it, I have pictures of the weeds taller than me. I had to pay my lawyer to send a letter to the city to cut the weeds, and then you know what I ended up with? A bunch of rodents. Because that's what's being harbored back there in those vehicles. And there was literally a vehicle engulfed in a tree. I think it might still be there. He had a trailer parked back there with car parts on it for years, and he's saying these cars are in and out in days. That's not true. I have pictures that are time-stamped. 2 years these car parts sat there. Car parts. It's not safe. He's saying it's fenced in. He has metal strings up that are never even hooked, that a child can go over, under, an animal, anything. It just shouldn't be in a residential neighborhood. There used to be a home there. It was a home with people that lived there, neighbors, and now it's a junkyard. If you look at the definition, and I have it in the code enforcement, sharp objects, broken glass, jack stands, concrete blocks, overgrown weeds, it's just, it's an eyesore, and what's it doing to the value of my property?
I believe the code is 445-34 that you would be looking up. There's also other ones that you can also pertain to on this issue too.
Thank you, guys.
I just have one thing. I'd be afraid it might turn into Boulevard Avenue and Deacon Street, or possibly North Washington and Larch Street, the way they are right now. They're two eyesores, and I'd hate to see that happen at this lot in a neighborhood with junk vehicles. You might not call them junk vehicles, but you know a junk vehicle when you see it. Whether it's there a week, whether it's there 2 days, unregistered, it's just, would be an eyesore for the neighborhood, in my opinion.
Respectfully, our zoning ordinance does define junk vehicles, and our position is if you go out there, they do not meet the criteria as they are drivable and registered. I do appreciate the Lebrowski's right to express their feelings on this matter, but Daniel Portnova does own 1218 Oliver Place. He paid for the property, he pays taxes on the property, and he has rights pertaining to that property, and that's why we're here. It's very much becoming an emotional neighbor dispute, which I understand has complexities and many layers, but we are here on Mr. Portnova's rights to ownership of this property, and I just ask that you allow him to exercise those rights, and he will comply with any conditions that you do put on that.
Like that, so speaking of taxes, he's probably paying next to no taxes.
That's irrelevant.
We can't hear you. You have a microphone, but I think we've heard the testimony. I mean, we're not mistaken. Mr. Chairman, are we ready for a vote?
Are you finished?
Yes.
Yeah.
I make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we're gonna, because this is pending before Judge Gibbons on the interpretation of whether there's a violation or not, we're not gonna vote on that, but we will vote on whether Mr. Portnova meets the criteria for a variance.
Dan, should we vote on anything tonight?
We can vote on a variance,
We can vote on the variance?
absolutely.
Will the outcome of that hearing have any effect on our vote, though?
If we approve the variance, that takes care of any interpretation. If we disapprove the variance,
So the interpretation is before Judge Gibbons?
then it goes back to Judge Gibbons
Okay.
if we turn down the variance.
Okay.
The meaning of a variance is to allow a use that would not otherwise be allowed.
So if this was turned down tonight,
Right.
does that kind of end it?
Well,
Unless the
no,
applicant appeals it?
they still have pending before Judge Gibbons the violation, which is a whole different thing than what we can do. The violation is, you know, whether there's fines, whether he's guilty of violation over the time.
Mr. Pento, may I clarify?
Sure.
The violation is before Magistrate Gallagher. The Lebrowskis filed a complaint and injunction that was ahead of, in front of Judge Gibbons, under
Okay,
the
I wasn't
Municipal
aware of
Planning
that.
Code.
That there were two separate actions.
Yes, there are two separate actions.
Okay.
There are two separate actions.
There are two
One from the
separate.
magistrate, one that's been continued by the city 100 times, and the other one with regard to the interpretation of whether or not there's been if the code has been violated, is in front of Judge Gibbons.
Okay, but again, the same thing. We can't vote on either one of those, but we can vote on whether they're to grant a variance to allow them to use the parking.
Thank you.
I think the motion's been made and seconded, right?
Mr. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. Gattens?
No.
Mr. Morris?
No.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, vote of 4 to 1, you've been denied.
Thank you.
So since it's not a zoning issue, like, so that, who do we call for when we don't have large vehicles off of residential? That, you're done here. You're done here. We've done what we had to do. That, you take the next step with the city. Good luck.
I learned from the best. I hear you, I know. I just think that this is the, like you just think of it, they're probably like that neighbor at the bar. Yeah. No, it's not there every day. It's getting heated up. Again? Yeah. You could see, you could see this thing where because of short slots.
I got a fan since play over at the park. They don't want to do it. Yeah, money doesn't pay.
We can call the next case, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeshiva Beth Moshe seeks variance to construct a new dormitory building and to provide fewer than the required parking spaces to serve its students who are required to live on campus at 930 Hickory Street, R1A zone.
Sit back, smoke them if you got them. I've been here a while on this one. We're ready to vote. The curse fast. You're gonna end up testifying.
Are we ready?
Yes.
May it please the board, my name is Howard Spicer. I represent Yeshiva Beth Moshe, which is a school located on Stafford Avenue, Alder Street, Hickory Street, in South Scranton. I have three witnesses to testify. They're looking for a variance on land that they own and with regard to putting up a new building in replace of the one that's already there. In that regard, I would like to call initially Rabbi Pressman. Rabbi Pressman is the director of the school, just to give you an idea what Yeshiva Beth Moshe means and exactly what they do at the school, and you get an idea what the purpose of this school is before we get into testimony from an engineer and an architect, who are both here. So they're ready to testify, but first, Rabbi Pressman, if you would, sir. And he's going to be affirmed, he's not going to be sworn.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Walsh?
Do you affirm?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Avraham Pressman, 644 Monroe Avenue, Scranton, PA.
Thank you.
Okay, just as a brief introduction, we moved into what was, at that point, the shuttered Mercy Heights Hospital in 1976. So at that point, the buildings were already a bit old. We renovated them and have been using them as a school since then. We have a high school and a small college division. It's a small school, under 150 students approximately. And as the buildings, have continued to age since then, we finally felt that being that there's room on the property, it would be time to replace one of the buildings with a modern building. It would improve the whole look of the property, be built as a school rather than these buildings which are only renovated and were redesigned to meet our needs, but not designed from the beginning. And would be more efficient and would be up to date. It would look nice. It would improve the entire look of the property, and that's what we're hoping to do. As you can see on there, the sketch of what the buildings would look like. It would be a nice new modern building with landscaping and everything, following all the requirements, as needed. Just for the record, Rabbi, how many buildings are on this property? Okay, there's roughly 3 main buildings, besides 1 or 2, smaller storage or something, but 3, of the main buildings. We would be replacing one of them.
Which one are you going to replace?
The one on Stafford Avenue. That's in the worst, condition, really. This building would have classrooms, a study hall, dining room, and as well as dormitory rooms, above it. Everything would be facing inwards towards the campus. That was the idea also, to bring it together, facing inward to the campus, less interaction with, the outside. The entrances would be facing inwards, as such.
So the back of the building's going to be facing Stafford Avenue, Stafford and Alder?
This building would be going facing Alder Street, which right now is just empty land, trees and shrubs. But as you see in the picture, there's just one emergency exit on the back. There would really not be any, all the entrance and entry would be from the center of the property.
What is the size difference between the building that's there now and this building?
Okay, the actual numbers, I think I would defer to, the architect and engineer. I don't have that in my head.
You can explain the yeshiva is a men's Orthodox Jewish school. I'm sorry. Can you explain the purpose of what the yeshiva has been doing in Scranton for approximately 40 to 50 years? What's the goal of the school?
Yeah, okay, so as I mentioned, it's a fully accredited high school, which has a strong emphasis on the religious studies, but the secular studies as well. The students receive a Pennsylvania, accredited diploma. And there's also a college division for those that, stay on past that, also, encompassing, religious studies. The students spend a very large amount of time in the studies, much more than traditional school. So there's not really a lot of activity going on, other than the study. There's a little recreation, here and there's time, but there's not a lot of free time for students to be, as, can be seen. They're not all over the neighborhood. They haven't been, and we're not looking to change anything, in that regard.
And am I correct, the school is primarily a high school?
The high school is larger than the college division. Like I said, but together it's still under 150 students.
Now, what is the requirement or non-requirement about the students having automobiles?
Oh, no, students do not have automobiles there.
You're not, if you look at the property, there's, the only automobiles there are, staff and, visitors and that type of thing. The students, most who reside there, they do not have automobiles there. When they need to go home, they either rent a car, we charter a bus, or whatever. No, there's...
All right. I don't have any further questions.
I should point out just the reason for that, as I indicated before, the focus is on study. They're not running all over the place. They're not running to bars or whatever it may be. They're there to study, and that's where they spend the most time. Have some time for recreation, take a walk stairs, a little basketball or whatever. But they're, you won't see them around the town. They don't need cars to go anywhere.
Okay, I just have a follow-up to what the rabbi said. The students are staying there now? Are they dorming there now?
Yes, we've had them maintain dormitories in 2 buildings. The large building on Hickory Street, as well as Stafford, have both been dormitory rooms since we moved in.
How many months a year are they there? Are they there 12 months a year? Is it a year-round school?
Generally, about 11 months. They have, depending on the Jewish calendar, there's about 1 month that they're off in the summer.
Okay. And ask, we keep hearing cell phones up here. Could you please turn your cell phone off out of respect for everybody here?
Yeah, there are also some breaks, for Jewish holidays, Passover, and things like that, during the year. They have short breaks, just a few weeks at a time. Well,
I take it the board has no further questions. Mr. Petticock, do you have any further questions? Any further questions?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Rabbi. I have a packet of exhibits that I thought may be helpful to the board as we're going to go through the testimony of Mr. Stinson and Mr. Shimon. Now, I would like these marked. We can go through these.
Are they the same ones we have?
Let the record note there is a map, a huge map on the table here, and there's an extra map. I think Mr. King and Mr. Penitar have one, and there's extra maps here.
Are these any different than what you're going to put in?
There's more copies of the large ones if you need them, but they were each provided a reduced set in their packets.
Okay, Mr. Stinson, if you could, sir.
Good evening.
You take your drawings with you, if you would.
We have it on the screen here.
Okay, you gonna use that? Okay.
Yep.
You want to come over here and testify if you could? And I'll introduce you.
Dude, are you affirm or do you swear in? Could you swear in? I don't know. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Drake Christopher Stinson. I reside at 223 Wilkie Road, Tannersville, Pennsylvania.
Okay, Mr. Stinson, I'm going to ask you some questions preliminarily. We went over this. If you can't hear me, but speak a little slower so these gentlemen can hear you if you could.
You pick the microphone up.
Where did you go to college?
Yeah, I went to New Jersey Institute of Technology,
And
Newark, New Jersey.
did you graduate from there, sir?
Yeah, 1985.
And have you gone beyond that at all?
Yeah, I've taken continuing education studies throughout my career.
So my understanding is you are a professional engineer, is that correct?
Correct. I'm a professional engineer in 3 states, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York.
Okay. And are you employed by a company.
Yes.
What's the name of the company?
New Lines Engineering and Survey.
New Lines Engineering. Gentlemen, I think you might have on the map the word New Lines Engineering. And you can see it on the board there. And that's the company you work for, is that right, sir? Yes. Okay. Now, at the request of Yeshiva Beth Moshe, were you hired, or was New Lines hired to do an engineering study?
Yes, that's correct. We were hired to design the site plan for the new
And did you do one?
Yes.
And have you prepared, based on that request, an engineering study?
Correct. We prepared the engineering design for the site plan improvements.
All right, is that shown on the screen right here?
No, this is the existing conditions. We're starting off with an aerial of what's on the site today.
Okay, explain what the existing conditions were like, if you could.
Correct. Okay, so I'm a little far from here, but I'll use my pointer.
Go up and...
That's okay. No, this works. This is the former hospital building, as I understand it, which is now used by the school, maybe a 4-story building. The main entrance is on Hickory, and thus the address 930 Hickory Street. You can see the lot is 111,600 square feet, and it's approximately 2.56 acres. And it's pretty much the whole block there, block 333. So it spans Hickory Street, Stafford Street, and Alder Street. So the property extends from street to street, from back to back, and then, except for the lots in the corner that are residences, this whole lot belongs to the yeshiva. So we have the existing former hospital. There's an annex building next door, which is 2 stories. Behind here is it's a mechanical ancillary to the building. In front here, I understand that was the former nurses' residence for the nurses who worked in the hospital. And then there's a trailer and a shed that are temporary. Those are intended to be removed. So looking at the site, the best place to build the building, the open area, was on this side. So we arranged the building to the left along Alder Street so that we can construct that and leave this building up to begin with. Not that this building is going to stay. We're going to remove the building on Stafford Street. That nurse's building is coming down, but we positioned the proposed building so that the timing of that demolition does not have to coincide with the taking down construction of the other building. So as you can see here, the entrance now, kind of unimproved, off of Stafford Street. There's no way to get in off of Hickory. Kind of a random parking lot in back where they park the cars behind these buildings. And it's kind of unimproved in here. Some bare earth. And then thick woods in the back, there's a retaining wall. So those are the existing conditions of the site. If we go to, if you could pull up a site plan, Chairman, proposed. There's a separate one drawing, was a site plan. There was a separate site plan sheet. It was a PDF. Sure, that works. Well, actually, no, there's a site plan sheet. Let me see, hold on. I mean, is there a place where I can show the boards here? Because I colored up a picture. We don't have it on the screen, but I can put this here, I don't know.
That was on there, but it was before what you're showing now. Go backwards.
This is the same site, I don't know if you could see that. Oh, yeah.
Go backwards.
Well, thank you, Mr.
It was before that.
Yeah.
When all else fails.
Before you start, I just want to ask you this. The condition of the school, did you examine the condition of the present school, the building where
I visited the site. But I didn't
How
go
would you
into the
describe the condition of that building?
Old.
Please, go back to your microphone, please.
I'm sorry?
The hospital building itself, in my mind, is an old institutional type structure, which is pretty robust and sturdy. It's my understanding that the nurses' residence building is in poor condition, and that's why we're taking that one down.
All right. Was it your recommendation, to some extent, that that building not be rehabbed, that they put up a new building?
No, it wasn't. It was the architects who decided that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's here.
Yep.
But did you, at that point, when the architect recommended a new building, you prepared the plans for it?
Correct. I prepared the site plan drawing to make it conform as much as possible to the Scranton zoning office, the Saldo.
Okay, so what you're going to show the board now is the new drawing, is that right?
Correct. Yeah, it's hard to see because, I apologize, but the contours, it's kind of a busy drawing. But you see here, our proposed structure is kind of L-shaped a little bit. But we follow the setbacks that are required, which are 20 feet from Elder Street. And in front, it's also 20 feet, but I'm 37 and a half feet in back here. The reason we pushed the building back a little bit more was to fit the double bay of parking in here. So you can see on my little color drawing here, the pink is the new building, the light pink is the existing buildings, and we have a parking lot in front, and then the lawn areas are green, and we have a basketball court in the back, which is also provision for overflow parking. So as I said, we set up the site we were given the shape of the building by the architect, who designed, worked with the client, developed the program, included all the rooms and facilities that they needed in the structure, and we worked together with the architect to come up with the building to fit on the plan. And I know one of the considerations is the height required, but it's obvious from the site, well, if anybody knows, it's a hill, it goes down the hill. So the reason we have 3 stories is because the back portion of the building, we set up for deliveries. So that's underneath the kitchen. The kitchen will be on this end of the building, so it works out real nice. A small portion of the building here is the 3rd floor, but it's really a basement because we have the 2 main floors. But service, we have a loading zone in the back. We arranged it so that the circulation, most of the traffic is behind the building, wouldn't be seen. So when kids get dropped off, this is a one-way circular driveway here around an island in the middle. We have an entrance in the back, and we have an entrance in the front. And then we followed the requirements for buffer requirements for the setbacks for the parking, which is 20 feet. And we provided the landscape buffering. We have, I added shrubs along the cars in front. And we have trees, street trees all around the property. And with this project, we're proposing new sidewalks and curbs throughout the whole extent of the property, should it be required. So there'll be a major improvement to the site, completely redone, brand new, state-of-the-art building, clean up anything that doesn't look right, and it's a beautiful project. We followed the zoning ordinance just as much as we could with the setbacks, but like I said before, because of the nature of the property, the irregularity and the hill, because it's a steep slope, we were forced into a taller building as it's measured. So it's 3 stories when 2.5 are required, so we're over on the stories and the height. My table here, well, it's on that drawing actually. If I may, I think you can hear me, right? Is this all right? I have a height information. So the proposed building on Alder Street is proposed to be 45 feet tall. And that's measured from all around the perimeter, based on proposed ground, to the highest point of the building. And you'll see the architecture, it's a flat roof. 35 feet is the maximum for the residential zone. We're 45 feet with our new building. But there are some pre-existing nonconformities in accordance with height, and that would be the existing hospital building that I pointed out before on Hickory Street. That has a height of 60.2 feet, which is higher, and then the Stafford building where the former nurses' residence is. That was also pretty tall, that's 55 feet. So we're less than those two buildings. And of course, the one on Stafford is going to come down, so that's a pre-existing non-conforming condition that we'll be, removing. And then some of the setbacks, well, we do have an issue with the setback with the existing hospital building right in here. The building actually goes right up to the property line. So we're not meeting the 20-foot required setback in that area. But all of our proposed buildings are fully compliant with the setbacks that are required. Going through the zoning ordinance, it looks to me like it's a residential zone, and actually the dormitory use may need a special conditional approval for that. So we're bringing that up tonight. So we have the use for the school, which is the dormitory, the high school. We have the setback requirements that are pre-existing, and then the proposed variance for height, where 35 feet are required and we're 45 feet. And as I said, the reason for that, it's unavoidable really with the position of the building and the nature of the site. And it is important to point out that we did do subsurface investigations and test pits borings. There's rock right there, so it's like a rock hill. So we tried to keep the building up to be above the rock so we don't have rock excavation. And that forced us into stepping the building down as we go down the hill. And thus we have that service corridor or storage area underneath the end where we have deliveries, and that's the third floor at the elder end.
I have a question. Looking at your plan, it seems like this is going to go all the way down to the court that's down there. Guinness Court, if I'm not mistaken.
Pardon me?
I take it that your new plan is going to actually take the property like right to McGinnis Court, like your improvements and what's going on?
I stayed away from McGinnis Court as much as possible down there because there is a retaining wall.
So you have, the basketball court's going to be down close.
Yeah, the basketball court. We have to level it out, so there'll be some walls around that.
What are you doing for the water runoff that's going to be created on this?
Well, we're certainly going to follow the rule of the law and the requirements in the city ordinance precisely with the requirements. And I'm good at detaining water. There's different methods we can use. Should the board be acting favorably towards this, then we'll design, I'm thinking of a rain garden would go in the middle there. So we'll take the runoff from the pavement area, bring it in, because it slopes downhill, so that's great for drainage. We have no problem with conveyance. So the parking lot in front, I'm going to drain to a rain garden in the middle where that island is, and then the rooftop, which is considered clean water, that would go right into a recharge basin that will be located underneath the basketball court. So we'll have underground pipes, provide the required detention for the stormwater to meet the city's requirements.
Thank you.
Now, do you have a picture of what it would look like, the new building going up besides this?
The architect has the pictures of the
What do
building.
you have? What other pictures do you have there?
Oh, well, this was the color rendering, just to highlight.
Okay.
The building, existing, proposed, the green areas.
Those other
the
pictures
sidewalks.
over there,
Yeah, the aerial photo, this is the one we first had on the screen.
show that.
This is the condition.
Yeah. That's the aerial photo?
This is this year's aerial photo depicting the exact conditions of the site today.
Okay.
So you can see it's barren on this side, open in the back, kind of a field.
On Alder Street?
Yes.
On Alder Street, over there?
Yeah.
What does it show? What is there?
This is an open field in front. There
It's just a
aren't
field.
any trees.
It's a field.
There's a car parked there. I think it's a truck.
There's
trucks parked along the road.
There's some trees there, if you know?
I don't think that, no, there aren't any trees there. It's clear.
All right, there's
You can
shrubs?
see, the brown vegetation in the trees. If you look carefully, the woods is here.
All right, but just so the board knows, it's a field and there's nothing there, basically.
It's clear, it's clear in front, and it's woods in the back.
Two parts.
This
Right.
front is clear, it's an open area, and then the wood starts, generally gets thicker as the woods goes back where it drops off, and there's a stone wall at the low end.
All right, so.
That's existing.
Just so it's clear, that's the dimensions of the lot owned by Yeshiva.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Where the trees are, towards the bottom of that property, we'll
Yeah.
say towards the
Yeah.
court. Is that area gonna be cleaned out? Are you removing those trees? They're scrub trees, I mean, they're not any kind of special
Yeah,
tree.
it'll be completely cleaned up. We have to build a retaining wall on the side of the basketball court, so that'll be cleaned up and then stabilized with lawn and.
Will you be putting any kind of shrubbery or anything to help retain the water?
Yes. Yeah. The way the BMP rules work in Pennsylvania, you get credit for every tree. So, and different values for deciduous versus evergreens. So that's the way it works.
Thank you.
Okay, one other thing. On Alder Street, from Stafford to Alder, is there a sidewalk? If you know.
I think there's a sidewalk on Stafford, but there's not much, no, there's no sidewalk on Alder Street now.
There is none on Alder Street.
And then on Hickory Street, I can tell you there's an asphalt sidewalk in bad repair.
Okay. The architect will talk about the sidewalk issue when if the board approves this variance. It's going to be a nice building. Anything else you want to bring to the board's attention about this area?
I think I talked about most of what I needed to bring up.
I'm sorry?
I think I talked about most of what I needed to bring up.
Yep.
We have any other questions?
I just want to be clear on what variances we need here, okay? So presently, it's used as a school with a dormitory. The same 150 students, we're not increasing the students.
Correct.
Okay, so we're really talking about variances for the height.
The height, and parking to a certain.
And I was going to get to that. The height from 35 feet to 45 feet.
Correct.
The stories high from 2.5 to 3 stories.
Correct.
The parking from 95, which would be required, to 35, which you have shown. And I was a little unclear as to the front yard setback. What do we have? What do we need? We need 20. What are you proposing?
Okay, so the proposed new building does fully comply with the required setbacks, which are 20 feet.
Okay.
My understanding. So the setback for the buildings are 20 feet, but there's also a requirement for the parking lots themselves, the pavement area, to be set back 20 feet. And the purpose for that is to allow space for landscape buffering, which we have provided.
Yeah.
When we talked about the height variances, you have a continuation of the pre-existing non-conforming height conditions for the existing hospital building, which would be remaining. My table on the site plans is intended to indicate yes for variance or no for no variance.
I saw that, yeah.
Okay, but I'm glad you brought up the parking, because I neglected to speak about the calculations for parking. I can tell you that we followed the zoning ordinance requires 1 space for every 2 students. So if you have 150 students, that would be 75 parking spaces. The students in the school are not allowed to have cars, okay? So that goes away. We look at the need for parking and the number of employees that we have. We have about 20 employees.
That's what your application says, yes, 20.
Right. So in order to make the parking more available, should there be an event that additional parking may be needed, we're submitting that parking can be parked on the basketball court. So we can fit 24 cars just parked on the basketball court, should there be any overflow for some kind of event, so it won't be on the street. We have plenty of parking. I actually had more. Client doesn't want more parking. We don't want more impervious area, then we want more runoff, et cetera. So if we only need so many parking spaces, that's what we're requesting. There are existing 27 parking spaces here now. We upped that to 35 with the proposed, which are marked spaces. The ADA parking spaces, we have an electrical vehicle parking space, and then the extra bonus, the overflow parking of 24 gives us 59. So so my parking calculation says that 95 are required, and we're providing 59. And the justification for the variance is that the students at the school are not allowed to drive. So that's the variance for parking that we're requesting.
So Rabbi, I have a question regarding the parking. Your students are never allowed to bring a car to the school?
When they go home, they could rent the car, but they cannot maintain
Right.
a vehicle
Yeah.
on the premises.
So
Temporary, someone's coming or going, they have a need, something
Right,
like
but
that.
on a day-to-day basis, they're not allowed to have
Right, as
vehicles.
indicated, we don't want them to have it, they don't need to have the cars. It goes together.
Yeah.
The design of the site is such that we have that one-way loop driveway in the back, so that if any's, parents are dropping off students, they'll be queuing in the back, there's plenty of room to drop off, and that activity is actually taking place inside the site, so it won't be seen, from the street, so it's behind the building, there's drop-off there, and we made arrangements for that drop-off, because we know that the students won't be driving.
Let me clear something up here. You talk about the drop-off. The board may not know what you're talking about. You explain, if you can, that the property goes toward the back of the area. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, that's right. It slopes down towards the bottom hill of Alder.
So it slopes down, which is why the building comes...
Correct. Thus, we have that lower level, which is the added third floor on the low end of the building. That's why the height is what it is.
Basically a two-story.
We get...
Yeah.
There's some pictures that I showed you on these exhibits, and you can see how the area slopes down and how the building is going to be placed to the contour of the land.
We got it.
Yeah.
We really do. To be honest with you. We're not as dumb as we look. So,
Chairman, can you put up the site plan one more time? We'll just talk about one more thing. So we were cognizant of fire access also. We're talking about the circulation. So once again, as I said, this is going to be one way when you come in off of Alder, and here's the entrance in the back. So they'll drop the kids off. There's queuing for several cars. This is a one-way loop around going out. And the way I designed the site was to make sure that fire apparatus and a pumping truck could get through. So I purposely arranged the entrance right here so that you could swing right through. In case of emergency, there's easy access into behind the buildings for firefighting. And we can show the plans to the fire chief.
Don, this has to go before planning also?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, this would be a land development plan.
Okay.
But they wouldn't normally develop those plans unless they get
Right,
zoning approval.
right. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the people that are sitting out here are going to be concerned about runoff and everything, and that's where
Yeah,
planning will come
yeah,
in
and-
to work.
He's already been in touch with us to get our stormwater regulations and those kind of.
That is true. I mean, should the board act favorably on the zoning component of the project, we'll be required to seek full approval from the planning commission.
I mean, because the way that land sits right now, a lot of that water doesn't make its way down the hill because of the type of soil that's at the top, and then it has that tree line that probably takes a lot of it up. But with removing that, I'm sure it's going to be a large concern for some of the people we're going to hear. So that's why I just want to make sure it does go before planning, where another set of eyes are on top of this. Thank you.
All right, I have nothing further. Anybody else have anything? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Okay, I'm going to call Mr. Shimon Greenbaum. We got somebody who knows.
Do you affirm, please?
Yes, I do affirm.
Name and address?
Shimon Greenbaum, 130 Liberty Drive, Lakewood, New Jersey.
All right. Now, we asked a few questions of Mr. Stinson. I'll ask you. You live in what city?
I live in Lakewood, New Jersey.
And what is your occupation?
I am a registered architect. I'm registered in 7 states. I don't remember all of them right now. My firm, I'm a managing principal of Rise Architecture New Jersey. Rise Architecture New Jersey is currently operating in 15 states. My partner shares licenses in different states, so we split the load. My partner is the one who's licensed in Pennsylvania per se. We coordinate on every single project we work on. He's on vacation, that's why I'm here.
What is the name of your business?
Rise Architecture New Jersey LLC.
Rice, R-I-S-E,
Rise. R-I-S-E.
Okay. Now, What is your position in that business?
I'm managing principal of the New Jersey office.
All right. Now, so you are, you've been accepted as an architect, is that right?
Yes, I've testified in front of multiple boards in multiple states.
I'm asking if he be accepted as an expert, and I forgot to ask Mr. Stinson as a professional engineer.
Both are accepted.
I'm sorry?
Both are accepted.
Thank you. Okay. Now, at some point, were you contacted by either the engineer or Yeshiva Beth Moshe to do a drawing and plan for a new building?
Yes, I was contacted earlier this year by the yeshiva to come and check out the building, see the conditions, see what we can do with the building, and see how we can improve the conditions for the students the current enrollment of the students. They expressed to me that they don't really have a desire at all to increase the enrollment. They just want to better the conditions for the existing student body the existing student body count that they have. We did a facilities assessment. We walked both the Stafford building and the Hickory building. There was talk about possibly doing something at the Hickory building. The Hickory building is a massive concrete building. We really can't do much with it. And the Stafford building is in pretty bad condition. From a dormitory, right now it's used as a dormitory for the students. From a dormitory perspective, it's less than ideal. It's currently not accessible. It doesn't meet accessibility code. It does not allow for, we don't have current air changes and fresh air requirements in the space. It's one student per room in a very less than ideal condition. In the main building itself, when we checked out the educational rooms, they're not to today's standards for similar yeshiva type facilities, and they wanted to make sure that they can cater to their students who want to come and give them the proper light and air and space that the students need to be able to thrive. One of the things that they mentioned to me when I came in and I saw the site was that they wanted to stay here in Scranton at this location. It's a very pastoral type of city, and from their site they have a view of the mountains. They wanted to keep that. They also wanted us to keep in mind security. Unfortunately, as Jews and Orthodox Jews, we know that we always have targets on our backs, so we had to make sure that we can keep the students protected while giving them outdoor space at the same time. We came up with this concept back and forth when we had our geotech engineers come down. I believe that one of them may have broken an auger from the hardness of the rock that was there. We originally wanted to do a basement. We couldn't do it. So it was very important to us to keep a central courtyard within the facility so that the students should have an outdoor space to have. At the same time, create the safety and the containment that we need in the facility, unfortunately need in today's reality.
You have a couple photographs up there. Now, you want to explain those to the board?
Yes, these are two sketchy renderings that we put together of our building. We have not incorporated site design in this drawing. As an architecture firm, we typically try to sell the architecture of the building, so the vegetation has not yet gone in. Obviously, for every building, ground cover, vegetation and bushes are critical to the design. We're just first trying to showcase the actual building. What you're looking at over here is the view from Stafford Street. On the right side, the top view, we have a angle view in which we're seeing the arc protruding from the building, where we have a safe and keep the Torah scrolls. That front portion of the building is the main study hall and prayer room. When we look at the lower picture, you can see the arched entrance, and that would be the entrance from Stafford Street. That would primarily be the guest entrance. Obviously, the students would be using the inner courtyard. As we progress through the drawings, we'll show you how that works. There's another entrance that looks exactly the same from inside the courtyard as well.
Okay. Next photo.
Just hit the arrow. If you just hit the right arrow.
All right. You want to explain that to the board? There's another picture on the screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to go up to that. If there's a problem with the mic, it'll be easier for me to point directly what's going on for you guys to see, if that's okay with the board.
Keep your voice up.
Okay. So the building was designed to be able to keep the educational facilities together. The way the yeshiva system works is that there's a large part of the day that's spent in a common study hall in which people pair up together with study partners and they study, and then there's lectures that happen at the same time. So they happen, at different points in the day. There's lectures on what they study. So we created an entrance, an inner courtyard entrance for any of the students that may be that may still be residing in the Hickory building. That's this inner entrance from the inner courtyard, and we have the guest entrance or the visible entrance frontage from Stafford Street. We come into this area. If they go right, they go to the study hall, which would be the first step of the day, prayers, and so on. We have our coat rooms. We also have the dean's offices right next to the study hall. Anyone has any questions, they could go and ask them. Bathroom facilities. Then as we continue down this area, in this area we have the classroom wing. We have the high school we have some high school classrooms, and we have some of the classrooms for the post-high school program that's there, all within the same student body. Working with the grade, we actually were able to step down inside the building to be able to get a double height dining room. So when we come down here, there's a nice dining room that the students will use. There's a entrance down at that level, also utilizing the grade so that we have handicap access from within the site. If anyone comes by car, they can get direct access in there. And we have the kitchen facility right here in the back. As mentioned before, there is, given the fact that we needed the building to sort of plank because of the way the grading worked, we wound up with residual crawl space underneath the building that we figured would be optimal for deliveries and storage, which we capitalize on that storage, which is leading to the variance request that we have. That's essentially what's going on here on the first floor. I know that there are many stairs that you're seeing in the building, and that's because we're trying to keep certain programs separate from others within the building. This stairway leads primarily to the dormitory upstairs. And then we have, because they wanted to keep the older students and the younger students separate, we need two means of egress for each. As we move upstairs, we'll discuss that. There's another set of stairs, and this main set of stairs would be utilized by women, because we have a women's gallery upstairs as well. So this stair would be during prayers on Sabbath or on the holidays. The women would utilize that stair to go upstairs. It is a school only for boys, as most of these similar yeshivas are.
Let me ask this. Where would the dining room be in that diagram?
The dining room is right here.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay. And the classrooms are in that area too?
Classrooms are right over here.
Okay. Where were the teachers, professors, where were they?
This parking is primarily for the teachers that are arriving by the day. They would come in that Stafford entrance.
All right. I have no questions. Do you gentlemen have a question?
Right there. The upper section, lower section.
This, you want the dormitory floor?
That's the second level.
Going down by your dining room, that area down there. Your kitchen is down there as well?
Kitchen's right here, and then beneath that is the storage area that we're proposing.
So you have an outside area that's designated for trash to be picked up?
Yes, that
is adjacent to the loading on the site, yeah, just up in the back of that rear corner.
And the only exit that we have on Alder Street right now is an emergency exit required. Our stairs are required to exit directly by grade by code, so that stair has an exit on the Alder Street, which would be a controlled exit.
That's a good point. So they can exit onto Alder, but they can't enter on it, basically. Is that right? They enter on Stafford Avenue.
They enter on Stafford or from within the courtyard.
So your guests, as you said before, will be on staff.
The guests will be coming in on Stafford.
Okay, show the second floor if you could too.
So the second floor is primarily a simple dormitory. We just made it a little, because we don't do anything simple, so we tried to make it a little bit more complicated. We have our 9th and 10th grade here. We got our 11th and 12th grade there. We're trying to keep the students separate because they do go to sleep at different times, and obviously, we always got to deal with the hierarchy of students. So this way, we keep them separate, no problem. So we have a separation here. So we created a common staircase. There's a lobby for the 9th and 10th grade, a lobby for 11 to 12. Right, so we got those lobbies. These are standard dorm rooms. I believe we're at 4 or 5 per dorm room. I don't recall offhand right now. We hit it exactly at 150 here. This is the staircase that we had that was leading up to the ladies' gallery that overlooks a double height study hall. One of the improvements that we're doing for this building is that double height study hall with large windows. It's a double height study hall. That brings a lot of natural light into the building. What we actually do is we lift the windows up above eye height so that they don't get disturbed by what's going on outside, but they still feel that outdoor space. And that's one thing that they currently do not have in the existing hospital building. We have a double height lobby for that grandness and that sense of place. And then up here, there is a little gang bridge up here that comes to a few rooms for staff that live off-site that may want to come for the holidays and spend time with the students. So we made some staff rooms up here as well.
Why don't you explain to me too, you explained it to me, explain to them, how you're separating the 9th and 10th grade?
There's a wall right there. So we got a common staircase with the elevator coming into that vestibule. That vestibule leads into a hallway for 9th and 10th and a common area for 10th and 11th, and there's a wall right across. So these doors would obviously, we have an honor system. No one would be going through them. Obviously, I just noticed now we'd have to flip the doors. And that's the managing principal part.
All right,
that's what we have in the building. Now, if we look at the elevations, I want to focus first on this elevation. Here's where you can see what's going on with the grade and how that interacts with the building, and how we played the grade to be able to get our heights that we need in the room. So here's this is primarily the classroom area. That's all at a higher level, and then you go down, this is the dining room. We're getting a double height space for the dining room. And then over here is the kitchen, which obviously doesn't have any windows, and if we take this floor level straight, you can see there's a residual space. So if we wouldn't be able to add that third floor component, we would just wind up, the building height would remain the same, would just be an inaccessible crawl space. So we said, why waste space?
That's the older street.
This is the older street elevation. And here we have a 3D view, and if we go back, we could see this is, again, that sketchy rendering is just more architectural. This is the Stafford Street elevation that we're looking at. So the architecture design is a more modern with traditional overtones. Again, bringing back in, we currently are in the process of designing about 60 such similar facilities throughout the country. That's generally the area where we're going.
The courtyard area, do you have any pictures of that?
We do not, I do not believe that we have any interior, we do? Yeah, we do. So here's our courtyard area. This is the staircase, the dorm staircase and that glass tower. That's the same, we have that same archway, so the students inside the courtyard should feel that they're coming to a grand school at the same time, because the main focus of the day should be the studies, and we wanted to profess that in the building as well. So that's basically what we got going on. This is the dining room area, and that's your dormitory rooms.
I don't know if I have anything else. I think what Drake explained, in that courtyard area where there's, where the road goes around, there's going to be plants in there, or shrubs or something?
Well, the foundation plantings, we're proposing plants all around the foundation of the shrubs.
Oh, lighting, exterior lighting.
We have a complete lighting plan, modern lights and bollard lights and LEDs.
Nothing pointing into the pointing down.
No, most of the roadways are in the center of the property. So yeah, there'll be outside shields, there'll be compliance with the requirements.
on the Alder Street side and Stafford Avenue side, which is in this case the back of the building.
Well, there won't be any lighting on the Alder side because there's no need for lights on that side, other than the natural street lights that's there now. And then on Stafford Street, yes, we will be lighting the parking lot with the LED freestanding light standards. With the LED lights, they have a lot more functionality of how you can direct them, so it's fantastic. The distribution patterns for the LED lights are such that you can really direct the lights into certain places so that we can control the lighting plans much better.
It's the sidewalk issue. Are you familiar with that at all?
The sidewalk issue, again, that's a side item, but obviously, anytime we improve a sidewalk, it's an improvement, it's safety, all that.
Will there be a sidewalk put in?
I believe that we're putting sidewalks on that side.
We propose with all these plans, we propose curbs and sidewalks, complete development of the block, finish up everything real nice.
And that's going down Alder Street and across Stafford?
Correct. On all three streets. And then we place the street trees would go in the grass strip between the curb and the sidewalk, the right of way. I have
The edge is going to come out of there. The edge line that's there, the edges.
Oh, all the existing landscape will be removed.
Gentlemen, I don't believe I have anything further. Mr. Greenbaum, any questions of the architect?
I think we're good.
Mr. Penetrar, I'm going to move for the admission of those exhibits because they confirm what the gentleman have just testified to. I think I rest.
Your exhibits are accepted.
Good. Anybody in the audience here to give testimony on this case?
You can go back.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Ann McDonough, 936 Alder Street, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Well, first of all, I knew we would be at a disadvantage because of the notice that we received in the mail at the end of last week, whereas the applicants for the proposed site have had a lengthy amount of time to be prepared with their excellent PowerPoint, with their architects, their engineers, et cetera. But we do have a number of our neighbors that have lived in this neighborhood from 26 years to 70 years in their stable home, paying taxes. So we are at a disadvantage, and I was trying to put my phone on to make this brighter so I could read it. And I will go with what I prepared for tonight, for the little bit that I knew about, but what I thought I knew, is completely different from what was proposed tonight. So good evening, Chairman Walsh, members of the board. I am one of two property owners asked to speak on behalf of ourselves, the neighbors that are here with us this evening, if they could raise their hands, and those who could not be due to illness, vacation, and conflict of schedule. United, we stand in opposition to request for variance by the Yeshiva Beth Moshe for a new, as we stated saw in the variance, for a dormitory and a new parking lot located from the corner of Stafford Avenue, down Alder Street, westerly, to just above McGinnis Court onto Alder Street. The notice we received in the mail at the end of last week took us by surprise, was alarming, gave us not much time to prepare for this hearing, whereas the Yeshiva have been preparing the application for variance for months, maybe even longer, which we found out tonight. In fact, if the variance is approved, the architectural plans indicate that they are about ready to begin the new structures. Our properties are in a R1A zone. I'd like to go into a little bit of the history of this property. My research to the history of the property began on April 30th, 1918, when the Scranton Trust Company conveyed ownership to the St. Mary's Keller Memorial Hospital. It consisted of a hospital on Hickory Street and a nurse residence on Stafford Avenue. That has how it remained until October 16th, 1938. The St. Mary's Hospital conveyed ownership to the Mercy Sisters of Wilkes-Barre, as it was and as it stayed when they took over hospital and nursing residence, until November 16th of 1975, when the Sisters of Mercy from Wilkes-Barre conveyed ownership to the Yeshiva Beth Moshe Milton Eisner High School of northeastern Pennsylvania. The classroom offices were in the former hospital building on Hickory Street, and the dormitory for temporary ongoing residence of the high school students in the nurses' residence on Stafford Avenue. As it has operated as such until present, with some additional small structures added onto the property, which are not shown on that diagram, and a co-op operating at the rear of the dormitory. The co-op is open to public as far as our knowledge, and as evident with the cars coming and going off of Stafford into the property. A major concern for us would be if the new parking lot, which we were told was going to be at the lower end of Alder Street, which is right above McGinnis Court, would approve, the traffic would be out of control with, and now they're saying it's just an exit only, because of the street itself. Alder Street runs from Pittston Avenue up that street, it's not just a hill, steep incline to Stafford Avenue and down a steep incline to Meadow Avenue, where Harmon Field is. So that is a busy street as is. With this change of this, we expect increased population, increased traffic, and although sidewalks would be a welcome addition to a neighborhood because it's just dirt and grass now, that steep decline will have water running down it, dangerous in the winter, ice, etc. As of now, after 47 years, we have not seen a great deal of maintenance on that property. And if you've gone by it, you can see it by the two buildings that exist and the property. It's overgrown, hedges, trees. It's not woods, it's weeds that grew to become trees. There's garbage and debris. There's feral cats. There's skunks. There's, you name it, on that property right now. So this is what we have been living with. According to the written rules of the variance, I would like to refer to, you probably already have it, and they probably have it. Section 3B, Roman numeral 4 and 5, which I assume the board has it, and I can read it to you if you like, or you can refer to it if you have it in front of you. Again, I'm going to have to put a light on this, I think. Okay, Section 3B4. The variance, if authorized, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or district in which the property is located, nor substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent property, nor be determined to the public, nor be detrimental to the public welfare. And 5, the variance, if authorized, will represent the minimum variance that will afford relief and will represent the least modification possible of the regulation issue. So from that, we know that this variance, if approved, will alter our neighborhood drastically. We are fortunate to live in a neighborhood that is stable, well-maintained neighborhood where owners have lived from 26 years to 70 years in the same home. There are very seldom homes for sale, and if sold, not to absentee landlords, but to people who want to purchase a home, invest in that home, remain in that home until their time is called. I, myself, lost my husband to cancer 20 years ago and chose to stay until present because of where I live and because of the nature of this neighborhood. The addition of a new dormitory, which was what we thought it was only going to be, would change not only the neighborhood as it has existed in harmony, but would cause a decrease in the value of our properties. Scranton is trying to improve our neighborhoods, put more properties on the tax roll. If one of our properties decrease in value, the only people who will gobble up these properties will be absentee landlords, and they will be rentals, transients, and the properties will decrease, and they will become either not on the tax roll because they're going to be abandoned, or the absentee landlords will not be paying taxes, as you've seen in other areas of Scranton. As I stated earlier, the safety of pedestrians and drivers is a major concern, with the variance approval. The traffic on Alder Street already is busy. From Alder to McGinnis Court is a 2/3 of a block. So that property that's going to run that length, you've got cars coming from Stafford Avenue onto Alder from both directions, coming down that hill. You have cars coming out of McGinnis Court, coming up or down. You have cars coming from Pittston Avenue, flying up that hill. McGinnis Court and a parking, an exit, now they're saying it's an exit coming out of there. This, like probably from that screen to here, in proximity. It's going to cause accidents. It's going to cause pedestrians possibly getting hurt, because now you're going to have a sidewalk. Children are going to be walking down that sidewalk. Adults are going to be walking down that sidewalk. Cars going. And my concern, they're talking about the loading dock and deliveries. Well, if that's on Alder Street, they're going to come in, Stafford, go down the whole property, and that area of parking exit, how big is it going to be to get trucks out of that? And that's coming out onto Alder Street, where we live and where children will be, and cars, traffic. Also, it's my understanding now, I couldn't hear everything because it was being pointed at the picture there. It's now looking like it's going to be a classroom and dormitory, where it was only supposed to be in the variance for a dormitory. So this is going to be a large structure, Stafford to Alder. It's going to have basketball courts across from neighbors. It's going to have deliveries in and out of there. And what's going to happen to the building on Hickory Street, if it's in such also not good condition, and what's going to be built, or what's going to happen to the area where the school is being torn down. I have been a school teacher and a principal in Scranton for 37 years, and when I was changed to Whittier School, the building was old, and they decided to rent 2 properties, St. Mary's, between Hickory and River, for 15 months, tore down the original building, and rebuilt it on that same site. If anything, whatever they're proposing should be back, put on the original site, take down that old building, and build a new structure where it resides now. But to take up Alder Street, where all that traffic coming and going, and all these entrances and exits is not favorable to us, nor to our property values. I thank you very much.
I have questions for, can I ask you some questions, Ben, if you don't mind?
Not at all.
What is your last name?
McDonough.
McDonough. Thank you, Mrs. McDonough. Okay, Mrs. McDonough, you were unaware of exactly what was involved here until you saw heard the testimony, is that right?
Well, some of the information was not getting back to us because they were talking with a microphone and standing in front of the pictures.
You see it now?
I can see it now.
Okay, so you saw and heard the testimony from these 2 gentlemen, right?
I did.
Okay, and you agree that it appears to be a solid structure?
Oh, any new building was going to be a solid structure at
Well, you
first.
agree it's a solid structure. And you would agree that this building is going to house the students that are already there. They're not bringing in more students.
Well, first of all, it was supposed to be a high school, and now you're telling me that there's college-age students there also.
No, I said, he testified.
You said-
Answer my question first. There's going to be 150 students, and that's all that's going to be there. That's it.
You can say that today. You're not going to be here 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, and it may be 250 students.
You're concerned what's going
I'm
on?
concerned it's a residential neighborhood, and it's being changed to a larger campus. Absolutely.
Let's talk about what it looks now if we build this building. This building is designed to house in one structure a dormitory, classrooms, a study hall, and a dining room. All that in one location. Now, there's nothing on that lot right now, is there?
Yeah, there's debris, there's garbage, there's overgrown trees, bushes, animals, etc.
Does that improve the quality of the neighborhood?
No, because you're not taking care of it for 47 years.
Did you do
I've
anything?
lived there 33 years.
Listen.
Tell me how often you cut your hedges and your grass. Tell me how often you have garbage pickup of the garbage debris in that property. You answer me my question.
My question to you, I don't answer, I'm asking you the questions. You testify.
Excuse me, no, you're not. I have an opportunity to speak here. I don't have to be spoken to like this, do I?
I'm asking you a question whether or not you did anything for all these years to improve the quality of the neighborhood.
Absolutely, I improved my property.
What'd you do?
I most certainly did. I added a deck to my house, I added awnings to my house, I improved my bathroom, my kitchen.
I know.
What did you do inside those buildings?
What did you do with regard to your complaints about Yeshiva Beth Moshe?
Pardon me?
What'd you do?
Many times I called the rabbi, my husband, you want to know? My husband.
Hang on. She's not,
I'm not a,
she's not the focus tonight.
thank you.
And I mean, I understand what you're doing, but the focus is this property we're talking about, not Mrs. McDonough's property.
Well, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let me change the subject here. Is there any
Thank you.
way, any point that you would be satisfied that they could put up this building?
No, not really, to tell you the truth, because it's going to take away from the value of our homes. That whole block of Alder is going to have a huge concrete block in front of us. It's going to have increased traffic, a sidewalk, which I said before, with an exit coming onto Alder, cars coming up Alder Street, cars coming out of McGinnis Court, chances of accidents, both to people in vehicles and pedestrians. And again, you can tear down that original building and build it where it is now on Stafford Avenue.
There's 35 parking spots. That means there's only about 35. Right now, there's only 27 cars in there. How much more traffic can there possibly be?
I'm talking about the traffic in our neighborhood, and you're going to add traffic. You're talking about deliveries.
We're talking
You're
about...
talking about staff.
All right.
Where's the co-op going?
The point I'm asking...
Excuse me, where's the co-op going? Where the people purchase? Pardon me?
The yeshiva specifically wants it out of the building.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
The yeshiva has told me multiple times that co-op they want out of the building will not be in the building. That's why.
Okay, and again, do we have a guarantee that this is going to be after the fact, after the building is built? Or is somebody going to come in and start doing the same
I
thing?
imagine that you could probably ask the administration of the yeshiva if they'd be willing to take that as a condition of approval, that there would be no store on the site. I would imagine that they would agree with it.
Okay, the other question is this too. They're saying that there's no students with cars. I've lived there 33 years. New York, New Jersey, Maryland, on that street where it's dirt and grass now, where they want to put sidewalks, cars parked there. They snuck through a hedge to go over to the building. You don't reside on the property. I don't believe anybody here resides on that property. I don't know if there's any supervision on that property once the school day is done. Who resides with the students?
Well, that's a rhetorical question, I guess.
Pardon me?
Never mind.
No, you don't have an answer for me. Who stays there?
I'm not here to answer your questions.
Okay. I would like to know who stays with those students because they're on their own as far as we can see.
Well, there are deliveries now to the school, are there not?
Pardon me?
Are there deliveries now to the school?
I don't know.
You don't know if there's deliveries now?
That's in the middle of the property right now. I don't know what kind of deliveries are coming.
You don't see any trucks going in?
Oh, I sure do see trucks, but what I'm saying is this, where it's coming now, there's a court coming on Alder. There's going to be your exit coming from trucks coming out, cars coming out on Alder. Alder is a steep
I
hill.
think that's where you're mistaken.
Pardon me?
I think that's where you're mistaken. There are no vehicle entry or exit off of Alder.
They're going to be exiting it.
No.
Well, he just said it. The deliveries are going to come in the front, go down the bottom of the property and go out.
You'll have to answer that question.
Yes, there is a driveway off Alder.
Yes.
Thank you.
In addition, the loading dock at the end, we're required to have a loading area in accordance with...
Yes, but right now the loading dock is inside the middle of the property. It doesn't affect the residents. Now it's going to be across from our homes.
Just because we're providing a loading dock there doesn't mean we're expecting a lot of trucks or anything, because there's no change in the amount of deliveries. They deliver food, and it's not tractor
You don't live there. You don't know that. You drew up the plans. That's all you can say. You say it's not going to be there. Are you going to be living there and looking at it? No. That's why we're here.
I think we get the hint.
Thank you.
All right.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Irene Needham, 934 Alder Street, Scranton, PA 18505. And I do have a prepared statement, but I do have some questions to get clarified, if that's okay first.
Sure.
Okay. So one of the statements that was made was to say that the building on Stafford, the tearing of that down does not coincide with the building of the new building. So layman's terms, does that mean that they're not going to tear down the old building until they build the new building?
I can answer that question.
Okay.
The building has to come down because the parking lot that's there. We just want to be able to start the other building and not demo the other one, so it's definitely coming down, it's part of the project. We have to provide the parking where that building is, so it will come down.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, the building on Stafford is not going to be torn down until the new building is built, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then another thing that I wanted to clarify was the architect did not recommend, the engineer did not say that the building on Stafford was a hazard and needed to be torn down. It was the architect that recommended the new building. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, so the engineers did not say that the existing building is unstable.
We did not inspect the building, the architect did a visit of the building.
Okay, so we don't know whether the old building could be refurnished or not because the architect didn't go in to determine, or the engineer did not go in to determine the structural.
I don't want to give you too much, but he did explain why we can't use the building because of the shape of the rooms, the one bedroom and the dormitories. It wasn't conducive to the new modern, yeshiva that they want to build there. It's just no law.
Okay, but there are.
Went through a whole number of reasons why that building is unsafe.
But there are students there now, right?
Yeah.
So they could continue. If you improve it.
We cannot bring that building up to current code in any easy, affordable, or practical way.
Okay. I just want to go about the deliveries. So there are going to be delivery trucks going on the Alder Street entrance and exit, correct?
As I said before, we're required to provide a loading zone, a place for trucks to come. We're not expecting big trucks, but the size of the loading zone, we apply so the trucks can just pull in quickly, pull right next to that sidewalk. We're going to have a loading zone that's going to be strike only for the trucks. And it's because we need to provide in accordance with the city and the SALDO requirements, but there's no change to the amount of deliveries that they have. I mean, it's the same kitchen.
The thing that will change for us is we will see trucks going in and out where we weren't seeing trucks going in and out. Yeah, because I'm on the Alder Street side, so now we'll see it versus, okay. Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Worked on, as I said before, about 66 similar projects. Every single one of the projects is the same way, the same time. They get approximately 3 trucks a week. I mean, I'm not going to testify for the operations, but I'm saying about throughout the rest of the country, all of the projects that we're working on, about 3 trucks a week, are typical box-style trucks that are delivering paper goods, copy paper, and food. It's not this massive trucks back and forth with this highway, and we're not looking at I-80 over here. We're looking at
I know. One thing that I do is probably unique to this property, however, is the incline of the hill. So I don't know if anybody has ever lived in Southside, but the streets in the winter are absolutely horrible. So again, in my head, what I'm picturing is a truck coming out in one of those bad storms that the road hasn't been plowed, and all of our cars are parked on that street. So to me, turning up and down on that hill is, especially in the winter months, is definitely a safety hazard. The other thing, I know that, there's a plan to plant shrubs in front of the building on the Alder Street side. But also in front of my house, my understanding is it will be 3 stories because we're at that bottom portion. So we will be looking at 3 stories. So I know the plan is to plant shrubs, but we all know that shrubs don't begin 3 stories high. So you might plant the shrubs, and how long is it going to take for those trees to grow so that I can have the view that I have now? A long time. a long time. And to that, I found it ironic because we are here tonight trying to defend the fact that we have a beautiful, I mean, we all love the trees across the street. That might sound crazy, but we all love the trees across the street. And when I heard you testify about how you love the property because you can look at the mountain and you want to keep that, I thought, well, that's ironic because we also want to keep that. So I did find that ironic. And then the only other question before I get to my talking points, actually two points, I'm sorry. And two, with regards to the lights, I know you said there's not going to be any like major lights pointed towards, you know, the Alder Street neighbors. But again, until those shrubs grow three stories high, there will be lights on in the building, correct?
Lights in the building.
Yeah, so there will be some additional light that we will see compared to now, correct? If there's, well, because there's windows, okay, thanks. Now the only other question I had is, so the building on Hickory Street currently houses classrooms, right? Am I understanding this correctly? Hickory Street.
And
Okay. So if you're... Oh, it has some dorms, okay. So my question is that, like, I get the dorm because you're knocking down the building on Stafford, so you have to build a new building to replace the dorms that are in Stafford, but I don't understand why the building has to be so big. What are you going to do with the Hickory Street building?
So the Hickory Street building currently is going to be admin offices, as far as I understand, storage, more storage. Obviously, the storage area we're doing here is pretty small. They currently have these sheds and these trailers on the site, so there's going to be storage in that building. And from what I understand, there's going to be the capability of more of the staff being able to stay there over the holidays. We will be making 1 or 2 temporary style apartments in there. I don't think there'll be any, I believe there's no kitchens. We haven't yet fully refined the interior there, but I believe that it's just going to be sleeping quarters for the holidays for the staff to be able to stay over.
And the dormitory.
And there's the dormitory we're going to be discussing on the 10th or the 12th. The dormitory that was in the staff building was for the post-high school students currently. They will be moving into the dormitory, and they will be taking over the rooms in the other building. So I did make a mistake, I was correct earlier, we do not have 150 beds in here, 150 is including what's in there.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I made a mistake earlier when I said we made 150 beds in this building. There are not 150 beds, these are high school beds. The combined occupancy will remain the same. They're moving the students that are currently, which are post-high school students, in the Stafford building are moving into the Hickory building, and the students in the Hickory building are moving into the home building.
Okay. I think I'm...
Part of the question of not taking down that building is the yeshiva has to function through construction.
Right.
So the students still need a place to sleep.
Okay.
So we're trying to make sure that the yeshiva could function through construction.
Okay, well, I don't understand that, because back to my first one, the knocking down of the building on Stafford does not coincide with, so they're not gonna, during construction, the kids aren't gonna stay at the Stafford Street building?
That building will come down after this building is...
Right, so during this construction, I'm not sure why you have to move. Maybe I'm just not understanding. I'll move along, okay? I don't wanna, I know everybody, it's been a long night, so I don't wanna belabor anymore. Okay. So, good evening, Mr. Chair and fellow members of the Zoning Board. Again, my name is Irene Needham, and I am a longtime tax-paying citizen of the city of Scranton. I own the property at 934 Alder Street, which is directly across from the proposed building site. I have lived in this home with my husband for 26 years, raised my 2 children here, and will most likely stay here for the rest of our lives. I want to begin by saying I have been very grateful to have the yeshiva as a neighbor. While there have been some minor issues over the years, as there will be with any neighbor, really, I hope they continue to reside at the property for at least as long as I'm living across the street. When the neighbors on Alder Street became aware of the proposal, several of us got together and identified a few concerns. In order to save time, I have been asked to represent some of my concerns as well as theirs. I also have 3 letters from 3 different people on Alder Street who could not be here tonight, but they are opposed to the construction of the new building. They were not able to get them notarized before the hearing due to the short notice, but 3 of them did state that they would be willing to get them notarized and submit them at a later date if necessary. Our first concern, as the speaker before me identified, is that the proposed site is in an R1A medium-low density residential neighborhood. Most of the homes in this area are full-time residents and single-family dwellings who have lived here many years with a vested interest. This is a stable, well-kept, tight-knit community where people take pride in their homes and everyone looks out for each other. Due to the enormous size of the projected building and the loss of the wooded area on Alder Street that has been there for as long as all of us can remember, if the variance is authorized, it will undoubtedly negatively alter the character of the neighborhood and be detrimental to the landscape as well. Our second area of concern is related to the actual construction of the building. The length of time it will take to construct such a huge building and the disruption it will cause during this time. Concerns that heavy equipment used will be parked on the street, which will undoubtedly cause a hazard given the size of the equipment, the width of the street, and the crest of the hill. The noise pollution from the new construction. I myself work from home. The noise will definitely be a problem if I'm trying to make phone calls or participate in a conference call. Besides the issues related to the construction, our third concern is the proposed entrance and exit on Alder Street, as I kind of already alluded to. Again, this is a safety concern. Due to the crest of the hill, it is difficult to see what traffic is coming up and down. If you've ever pulled out, you can realize it's very difficult to see the traffic for sure. And also, again, it will be more of a hazard in the winter months, again, due to the slippery road conditions and the hill. Concern number 4 is how the lighting of the new building will affect the residents across the street. Over the past years, there are numerous lights on at all hours in the existing Hickory Street building. These lights are on the other side of the lot, so they have never had a direct effect on the Alder Street residents. But with the proposed building only being across the street, the lighting will negatively affect those residents whose bedrooms are on the Alder Street side. Concern number 5. This particular area is known to have a lot of rock underground, which I think you've already discovered, and also has a history of several mine subsidences in the immediate area. There were 2 specifically that occurred only 1 block away from the proposed construction site on the 900 block of Willow. The one occurred just in 2012, or 2012, yes. After this subsidence, there was a steady flow of trucks for several weeks backfilling the mines. Blasting or drilling would most definitely disrupt the ground underneath and the surrounding residences. Not to mention the size of the building alone creates a concern for a possible subsidence. I'm assuming there's going to be some drilling and digging.
We designed the building so it's above the rock, so generally you pour the foundations and maybe pin it to the rock.
So what about like water lines, sewer lines? You don't have to dig for those kind of things?
We're going to be up higher, we'll be filling in certain areas, so it won't be too bad.
Okay. But again, I think the massive size of the building is a concern in of itself. And again, I get concerned because I think from me being a homeowner myself, I think you start a project and you think it's going to be fine, and then you start something and then you really hit into. So I know you're saying like you don't think you're going to have to drill and or any of that, but can you 100% guarantee that you're not going to run into problems?
I can tell you that they rip the weathered part of the rock. The first few feet is weathered. We're designed, we don't want to blast or drill as much as possible.
Okay, you don't want to, but that's not 100% off the table.
Comment that it won't be inevitable at all, but it's designed to be very minimal, if any.
Okay, but you can't guarantee that. No. Okay, all right, just want to clarify. Concern number 6 is the removal of grasses, trees, and shrubs, and replacing it with a concrete foundation. This was addressed earlier. This, along with the steep grade of the hill, would pose more of a risk of flooding and runoff, especially to the neighbor who resides at 907, I think it cuts off, 907 Alder Street, who is here tonight, the opposite side of McGinnis Court. At times, due to the steep hill, there is a significant amount of runoff, and I do have video, I don't know if you want to see it or not, but I do have video, so you could let me know if I do.
We'll take your word for it.
Okay, the runoff was bad. It's on my daughter's phone. She came just to show you, but that's okay. So again, the runoff was pretty bad, and that was taken after you know that we have had no rain all summer long. So the runoff is actually worse when the ground is actually saturated. As stated earlier, the neighbors on Alder Street have always had a positive relationship with the yeshiva. However, the one area that has been somewhat of an issue is the maintenance of the buildings and surrounding property. The property is often noted to have overgrown hedges, as well as garbage and broken glass on the ground. Besides the fact that the buildings are in overall disrepair and have broken windows, there also appears to be a great deal of clutter. So when you say that the Hickory Street is going to be used for storage, that is extremely concerning to me. The concern is that these buildings are already in disrepair due to the lack of ongoing maintenance, and that they will sit there and become even more of an eyesore, especially if they are holding more storage. There is a saying that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, and that is why there are concerns that even though the building is new, over time it will also start to decline. While I understand the existing buildings are over 100 years old, so is my home. And it is not in the same disrepair as those buildings because it has been maintained over the years by myself and the previous owners. With regard to the parking variance, while the proposal indicates that they are not adding on to the number of students and the students are not allowed to have cars on campus, again, these are promises that cannot be policed in the future. There is no way to hold them accountable for such promises. There is no guarantee that if a new rabbi is assigned, they will not change their mind. Once the building is constructed, it's there. That's the only thing that we can guarantee and know for sure. In conclusion, I want you to take into consideration the fact that you have all these tax-paying residents. Can everybody stand and raise their hand again everybody stand and raise their hands? Okay. We have all of these tax-paying residents here tonight expressing their opposition and stating that if this variance is approved, it will negatively impact our neighborhood. On the other hand, you have a non-tax-paying entity who does not live here full-time saying that they think it will be beneficial. We hope you listen to those who live there every day. Thank you for allowing us to express our concerns, and as the property taxpayers for many years, we ask that you vote in opposition to the request for construction of the new building and parking variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me before? Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Mr. King or Mr. Penitar, I know the variance is for the parking, and we're looking at about 10 feet of the height. Would this building be allowed if it was 10 feet shorter and they acquired more parking on that property? Would they have to come in front of us for this building if they lowered the building 10 feet and had the parking?
If they lowered the building 10 feet and had the parking, they would not have to come before us because a school is allowed in any district, including residential districts.
I just want to make sure everybody knows we can still go ahead with this building.
Yeah, and the dormitory section of the school is being grandfathered in because there's the same number of students are living there now.
Okay.
So the only variances are for the height, for the number of stories, and for the parking.
Okay.
Okay. No, stay there.
Can I give you?
No, let us do our business. Thank you. I have a couple points that maybe, you guys can clarify or help out with. It seems like the neighbors are concerned about that Alder Street entrance exits for trucking. Is there any way that trucking can be brought in from the Stafford Avenue entrance into that cul-de-sac? Is that accessible to that loading dock?
Can you speak up?
Yeah, we can't hear you without the mic.
Sir.
Use that microphone, please.
I was explaining the way the design of the building is that such that the storage area and the kitchen deliveries are designed to come in at that end of the building. So if we came in from the front entrance, we wouldn't be able to get to that corner too well.
So it's not accessible. I mean, and that's fine if you say it's not accessible. It's not accessible. Sure. Somebody in the city will buy more microphones.
If I could point out as well, as was mentioned, I'm in the school all the time. We get a few deliveries a week, and we're not getting tractor trailers once in a blue moon. So it's not, you know, a lot of truck traffic. Obviously,
I understand. I'm just looking at some of their concerns.
I should also point out just one other thing, which, about the ice and the hills. That is correct. It is a concern. Well, there are times we'll have a delivery person saying, because our current delivery entrance is within the property, but is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes the trucks will say, well, the roads are not good. We'll only come at the top of the hill, and they'll drop the stuff off there, and then we'll have to move it. You know, obviously, no truck is going to go on an icy street. They're not interested in losing that truck either.
Sure. Rabbi, when I'm speaking to you, keep the mic. Their concern is the lighting. I mean, and I grew up in Southside, I go by there an awful lot at nighttime, and Hickory Street is pretty well lit up, almost like, I'll say 24 hours a day. With the neighbors' concern across Alder Street, and there will be windows facing that way, and I'm sure the students, it's lit because the students are studying and everything during the nighttime hours. Is there a way we could shade the windows that light will not come out of the building?
I think that, I would say this, we want to be good neighbors. We really...
And as you heard, they're saying you are, so I'm just asking you...
Which was mentioned about, you know, properties turning into, you know, deteriorate paper, rental properties and absentee landlords. We don't want that. That's not good for us either. So we're with that. I understand their concerns. You know, right now it's very quiet, like there's trees and shrubs. We understand that. Yeah. And anything that we can do, you know, to make it better and improve and make it more, you know, look nice and blend in nice, anything that's reasonable too, we're willing to work, whether it's putting in maybe taller trees or more trees. I think there are trees that could go in that are taller in the beginning. So there are,
well, I mean, I
mentioned
think
about frosting window. I'm not the expert on the building, but I think we would consider.
Specific combination of glass that actually reduces the light, I think the visual light in some of those windows are about 50%. So when you're dealing with your LED light in a room that's designed to throw the light specifically to the room, and you have a 50% light transmitted into window, I have to double check that it's both ways, I believe it is. The lights spill while there, see a lit window, but thinking that the entire street would be lit up from that, I'm a little bit, I wouldn't necessarily jump that way. We could have our light engineer look at that and we'll design the building and give us a spill out from the building. With the combination of the glass and entire lights we can put in the building, I don't see that as being a major concern.
I'm sure Hickory Street is probably the original buildings that was in there when you took the building over. I don't think they've ever been changed. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, if there's a way to appease the neighbors with some of their concerns, I think that's one of them. And
Well, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, obviously, we have a ton of people out here that have a ton of concerns. And I don't think it would have been a bad idea to have a meeting with these neighbors to try to calm their nerves, and maybe they all have concerns that could have been worked out.
Yeah, I should mention, we did actually, a few people did go around to the neighbors on Wall Street. Last week, this whole thing sort of happened.
I'm not saying a week. Obviously, they
right,
need
but to try to explain and to listen, you know, to the concern.
well, we hit this all the time, and I'm sure Sean's been on the board a long time with myself, so we've seen an awful lot of some of the bigger cases that came before her. And one of the biggest parts is that, and I'm going to say you, in this case here, you didn't talk to the neighbors. The School for the Deaf didn't talk to the neighbors. And it led to animosity into the hearing and everything. And I think, feeling what Sean's saying, a lot of this stuff, a lot of these concerns could have been dealt with before a 3-hour hearing tonight. Are you willing to sit with the neighbors now? Like, we could table this and let you meet with the neighbors and address their concerns and see what you can do.
Maybe some things can be changed that they're very concerned about, entrance, exits, parking. Maybe there could be a middle ground here that we can all agree to, instead of us voting tonight and it goes one way or the other.
Is a month going to set you back? Would a month set you back on your plans? Were you planning to break ground this year?
It would be, there's a lot of planning that still has to be, finished. It would not happen probably before the end
So, I
of the
mean,
winter,
you-
probably, I believe.
You have time to talk to the neighbors then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, there are a lot of things that could be ironed out. That nothing, is upset.
Well, you're not gonna please everybody, and we know that.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, and this is what we hear all the time, and a lot of these concerns, especially in a large project like this, beautiful buildings, I mean, it's, and I'm sure if the neighbors are more aware, and that good relationship can continue, that seems like, there's, like the one woman testified, there's always going to be problems, especially when there's kids involved. I mean, there's always going to be problems, we all know that. But I just think, and I'm speaking to the neighbors now, is this something, and just one spokesman, nobody yell out, please, is this something that the neighbors are willing to do as well? I don't know. Ms. McDonough, I'll ask you. No?
Me?
Yeah, I mean, is this some,
Can I speak?
yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
I think it's a hard thing to ask the neighbors, after 47 years of no communication and no working with the neighbors, to now say within a month's time, promises will be made, but will they be legally put in writing to be made?
They have to come back here. This has to come back to here.
Pardon me?
This hearing has to come back to us
You
again.
have the preparation, they've been doing this for a year.
Well, you will have more, we're,
Sitting down with them is not going to help us unless we have legal representation to make sure things are done legally correct.
and we have the right to change any plans that they have. We can make it a stipulation when it comes back to us, if there's other concerns. We can make that a stipulation on our vote.
I just don't know if it's fair to ask us to sit down just because
We can vote tonight, that's not a problem.
Not all the neighbors are here to kind of give
Well,
their
we
input.
can't pull all the neighbors, in all honesty.
Right, no, I
We're
know,
trying to
I know,
come,
but
we're trying to come to a medium here that is beneficial to, like, everyone. It's up to you guys, you want to do it, we'll vote.
Bob?
Yeah.
Francis McHale, 932 Alder. I'm the landlord at the two tenants here.
Is he going, are you going to testify?
We had,
You have to be sworn in to testify.
Come on up.
okay. The reason why we're skittish.
Please raise your right hand.
We're going to swear in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Name and address, please.
Attorney Francis McHale, 932 Alder Street. I'm the landlord, the two tenants are here. The reason why we're skittish is, I think it was how long ago when the cell tower proposal came along? The cell tower proposal, I don't know if you gentlemen were on the board at that time?
I was here.
Okay, you were here, Mr. Walsh. You remember I went toe-to-toe with the Verizon attorney?
100%.
And it was all about, at that time, it was all about money, okay? It wasn't about us because
I understand.
we weren't consulted, it was just thrown at us, and there was no environmental impact study done at the time, so the good neighbors didn't really care about the environment at that time. That's the big reason why I'm skittish about this, because these are the same folks that, they weren't here at that meeting, but they're here at this meeting. So that's number one. The second thing is, I believe the yeshiva owns a property in the 600 block of Clay Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're talking about good neighbors here. Go over and take a look at that property. It's a royal mess.
We can't take testimony, you know that.
Well,
We can't take testimony on that property.
I mean-
Let's stay with the property that's on hand here.
Well, I mean, we're talking about we're talking about everybody here living in Scranton, right? And I just ask you to take notice of that. And then the third point is, do the parents come up on the weekend to visit the kids? Do they use the parking lot? Okay. You know, we talk about the kids not having the cars. What about the relatives coming from New Jersey and using the parking lot? Or
Should I
do
respond?
they just stay here and no one shows up, or what?
He can answer that.
Okay.
No, generally, they do not come. We might have once or twice a year an event, where parents come, but that's not on any regular basis.
Yeah. That's all I have. Sure.
Whenever you're ready. What was that? You ready? Yes. Raise- Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Thomas Patterson, I'm the president of the South Scranton Neighborhood Association. I don't know if you're gonna start digging into this ground, and a lot of it's rock. You're gonna start drilling. You're gonna displace where the water's going, and it's, and
Sir, excuse me, this is all gonna have to go in front of the planning commission. They can't just start
I
digging.
understand that, but I'm just explaining. So the water right now, as it is, people below, like from McGinnis Court, which is behind it, Crown, Irving, down, there's people getting flooded basements every time you get a heavy rain from it. And now you're gonna disrupt this ground, and it's gonna be twice as bad. And my second question was, what is the amount of students that are gonna be staying there 24 hours a day? Is it changed during the day and at night?
No, generally not.
And what's the amount, 150?
Yes, yeah.
Now, how many adults, women, and children stay there?
Women, there's no women and children
no
staying
women.
there on a regular basis.
It's a men's school.
Okay. All right, that's it. That's all I have.
Do you affirm, please?
I do.
Name and address?
Michael Weiss, address is 7 Elderberry Court, Lakewood, New Jersey.
I affirm also, my name is Chaim Schneidman, 738 Clay Avenue in Scranton.
Rabbi Schneidman and I represent the school. I'm the director of the development. I do a lot of outreach. I myself am an alumnus of the school. Was studied in the school for 6 years during the 90s, and have been involved ever since. And for the past 7 years, I've been the director of development at the school. Rabbi Schneidman and I, we both recognize we as the representatives of the yeshiva recognize that change is scary, and we're building a building, and who knows, it's this big structure, what's it going to be, how is it going to affect, etc. We're here to improve the landscape, as we've said, as others have said. The construction, we realize, is sometimes unpleasant. We're here to do everything that we can, as Rabbi Pressman said, the executive director, to improve and make sure that this experience is as pleasant for the neighbors as possible. Whatever we can do towards that, we will sit down, we will do whatever comfort level, whatever is needed for everyone to feel that their issues and their concerns are being heard and addressed. We will do our utmost to that end. The issue at hand is a variance. We have a property that we're not changing, we're not expanding the capacity, but rather we're modernizing it. We're not building an additional dorm, as one of the neighbors have said. We're simply replacing an existing dorm. We're not expanding the amount of dorm rooms or students or beds. It's exactly the way it was, with a brand-new structure, a new modernized building, like any school, responsible school or institution should do when things are getting old. We knocked, Rabbi Schneidman and I, we knocked on every single door on Alder Street about a week ago. We knocked on all the neighbors' doors. We wanted to reach out and speak to the neighbors and hear and try to address any concerns that they may have. In total, we met about 7 of them. There are probably directly across from the property, there's about 6 houses, maybe 8, that are directly affected by the change in the view, which seemed to be the most biggest concern from the neighbors. And again, as someone said, you know, we had this view of the trees, and now we're going to have this concrete block. It's not a block. It's a big modern building, and we're not trying to have students out in, you know, hanging out and making noise in front of the neighbors. Everything is going to look like a school campus. It's going to be secluded. There's not going to be disturbance or loud noise or anything like that. We've been in school for a long time. We have neighbors on Hickory Street and all around, and we have neighbors on Alder Street, but I'm saying directly across from the existing utilized buildings, and we've maintained a very good presence, and as some of the neighbors have said, they're happy to have a yeshiva, they're happy to have the students. These are not wild students going on drunk escapades or with, you know, whatever. Kids are kids. I'm not saying every kid is an angel and perfect, but we tend to focus on religious studies, improving ourselves as people, as kind and generous, and treating everyone with proper respect, and so on. We were told that when the hospital was there, you know, besides by one of the older residents, that as a kid, she was able to hear the screams from the women that were in labor during the day and night. I assume those screams and the noise has gone down a drop since the yeshiva moved in for the last 47 years, and it's been more pleasant in that regard. Not everything is going to be a win-win situation. We're not going to be able to, you know, solve every issue and everything under the sun. Not every neighbor is perfect, but we're going to do our best to maintain the decorum and to maintain the value and the overall aesthetic, and help the property value. I'm actually I'm a licensed salesperson in New Jersey, and as everyone knows, that the rule in real estate is location, location, location. For those that are in the know, also know that a school adds value to a neighborhood and to a property, and it shows a certain sense of security and maturity, and it beautifies a neighborhood in many ways. So, as far as the last point, I think the most contentious really is the Alder driveway. As Rabbi Pressman said, trucks aren't going down there. It's not something that they want to, no truck is going to risk skidding down that huge incline. But I do want to add that the incline that we're talking about, the major steep incline, is really from the alleyway further down the hill. So you don't actually see the part of the Alder Street that you see on this that's directly adjacent to the property, that runs along the property, is not that steep. It starts to skid that way. So if you actually come out of the property and make a left, you're fairly safe for most of the year. And so there's no question that driveway will be used only as a backup, as a secondary driveway in case of emergency or whatnot, to be able to have a second access to the property. The main entrance and exit is going to be from Stafford Avenue, which is completely flat, relatively speaking, and very easy to come in and out. Very few trucks come. There's not going to be a huge pileup of traffic on Alder Street or any street. There's going to be a parking lot. There's going to be people coming in and out. There's no visitations on weekends. It's a very, very organized, calm environment.
If I may add a couple of points. Firstly, one of the neighbors, Mrs. Needham, expressed concern that we might say that we're not going to keep the student population to 150 students. What's going to happen down the road? A couple things. I've been living in Scranton as a tax-paying citizen since, as a child. I came here when I was 2 years old. I live in the hill section now. But we have, this school follows a philosophy which started with the beginning of the founding of the school and continues to this day, which keeps the student body low, and it also is specific to the disallowance of the students to have cars. Whatever it is, the property the way it is now could also change. You know, if the building was sold to someone else, as the concern was raised, they could also bring in more cars. The cars that are here now are what we have, and we want it that way. We're going to keep it that way. What would happen if we would sell the building? Well, even if we don't build a new building, you have the same question. I'd also would like to address the point of the trees in the back and the view of the trees. One of the neighbors talked about the view. Another of the neighbors mentioned how the weeds are wild and it's grown and it's overgrown. Besides the irony of the two completely different viewpoints, the point was also mentioned that there are feral cats there are skunks. All these things might be true, but they have to do with the fact that it's a wooded area. If we take down those woods and build a building in that area, and it will have to be maintained in a better way as far as that is concerned. And really, I do think the property will be enhanced, it won't be detrimental. We are not looking in any way to change the nature of the neighborhood. The neighborhood has the school there, and we have good relations with the neighborhood. I can't say with everyone. We've had our issues at times, but even Mrs. Needham mentioned that she is happy with the school the way it is. We would like to continue the good relations that we have, and we're not looking to change the nature of the neighborhood in any way. We would like just to modernize. We would like to make the building functional properly, and for the modern day era, where students need more space than they might have been used to having, and with an upgrade in our facilities. This is the purpose of this new building. We will be removing all the extra sheds and things that are right now are being used for storage, because we would have the space in the Hickory building, which will also, the office space over there will be expanded to be more modern and more user-friendly. Right now, we are sort of cramped in what we have. Thank you.
I think we heard an awful lot of testimony tonight. I think the board has put an offer out to see what we could do to try to bring the sides together. So, Mr. Chairman, I think you should ask one more time if the both parties are willing to meet and table this for a month.
Did we come to an agreement in the audience of possibly having a meeting to work out some of the differences, or?
Please come up to the microphone so we can hear it, and whoever's going to handle it for the group, just one.
All right, we talked to a few, and if it's all right.
Mr. Passon, come up to the microphone.
I'm sorry, don't yell at me. We discussed, some of us, and I think it would be a good idea if we sat down.
Attorneys, go ahead.
If it's okay with you people.
Do you guys agree to a continuation for a month and possibly put together, he's the head of the neighborhood association, am I correct by saying that? Maybe you can organize this meeting somewhere?
I could do that, if it's okay with all the neighbors up here that are here today.
What was that, sir? Were you trying to say something? Well, you would have to come back the following month.
You can request, the tables tonight till next month, and then get together with the
It
neighbors.
doesn't have to be next month, right? We can make it 2 months from now if that's what it
30 days
takes.
is not going to be enough, because then you have the Jewish holidays after that, it's no good.
How much time? How much time will it be?
Can you, 1 minute if you could.
Technically,
You have contact information where they...
Yes, I will give you,
I was saying,
give you my contact information.
I was just asking,
And you can contact me.
Guys, excuse me.
Well, they're
I was
asking.
just asking, you know, timing-wise, I mean, you've started the hearing, you haven't concluded the hearing.
Right.
So I believe you have 100 days to conclude the hearing.
so you don't have to commit to a time tonight,
Find
right?
out
They
when the next
can,
meeting is.
they can fill you in. You can fill
Want me
Mr.
to
King
open
in when you want to come back.
I think what we would do is we would continue it to the next meeting, which would be the September meeting, and if they need more time, they would have to request in writing additional time. This way the burden is on them, and we have a,
When's the next
we
meeting?
don't run into timing problems.
Meaning the applicant.
When's the next
Right.
meeting?
Second Wednesday of
The second
September.
Wednesday of September? Okay.
And maybe you guys could exchange phone numbers and try to
Yes.
organize a,
And we could, that's what I'll do.
Let's,
And then-
on both sides, let's do this sooner than later.
Yes.
That'll give us a month. We
Yeah.
should be able to get something done.
Yeah, I think so too. So you're gonna, Attorney Spikes, you're gonna ask for the, you're gonna have to ask the table.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goodman. Thank you, Mr. Wall.
will you ask the table, the meeting, till next meeting?
Okay, you're going to put us down on that list then, Mr. King? All right.
Yeah, just, Howard, put on the record that you're asking the board to
Put a motion on it,
continue
okay.
the hearing to
At
September.
this point, I'm going to ask, make a motion that this meeting be adjourned until the second Wednesday in September, to give the parties time to try to work out some kind of a mutual agreement with regard to the variance.
I appreciate everybody trying to work together. I know it's hard, We have to
You need to
vote
take-
on that?
You need to take a vote to continue it. Need a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
This is for a continuance.
For continuance, yes.
All right, thanks.
Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Gattens?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. The meeting's been continued till
right,
next
thanks.
month. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Mr. King, could we call the next case, please?
Yes. Case number 4, Erica Nunez seeks variance to establish daycare center for at least 6 children at one unit of a 2-unit home at 1039 Monroe Avenue, apartment A.
She is my interpreter.
Come on up to the microphone, please. You got to be sworn in, okay?
She is my interpreter because I speak
Okay,
Spanish.
yes,
So
yes.
she's gonna help me with that.
Yes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Can you please raise your right hand?
My right hand?
You're going to be the one speaking, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna be
She's
interpreting
the
whatever she
interpreter.
says.
Have both get sworn in.
Yeah, okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Name and address, please, for the both of you.
My name is Bernalise Polanco. I live in 29 Pulaski Street, Kingston, PA, 18704. I'm sorry. Bernalise is my first name, B-I-R-N-A-L-I-S-S-E, and my last name is Polanco, P-O-L-A-N-C-O. Yes. ¿Cuál su nombre y su dirección?
And my name is Niurka Nunez, and I live 1039 Monroe Avenue, Scranton, PA, 185.
Okay, whoever's going to be speaking, please get close to the mic so we can hear you up here, okay?
All right.
You may proceed.
Bueno, estoy aquí esta noche porque tengo un proyecto de poner un daycare
I'm here tonight because I have a project to put a daycare
en mi casa.
in my house.
Tengo una casa de 2 familias
I have a 2-family home.
y quiero escoger un apartamento para poner un daycare.
I want to take one of the apartments to put a daycare.
Y estoy aquí para ver si me pueden extender la cantidad de niños.
I'm here to see if you can extend the quantity, the amount of kids that I can have.
Con este proyecto,
With this project,
no pretendo alterar el área,
I don't pretend to alter the area or the neighborhood.
la tranquilidad del área.
Though, I know it's a quiet neighborhood, so I don't want to alter anything
Porque el proyecto es dentro de la casa
because the project is inside the house.
y mi casa tiene un parqueo para 4 carros.
And my house has 4 parking spots for 4 cars.
Que por el área donde sale el segundo apartamento.
And it's by the area where the second apartment is, by the exit of the second apartment.
I'm sorry, how many apartments are in the building?
¿Cuántos apartamentos hay en el?
2 apartamentos.
2 apartments.
And now there'll be one, is what?
Quiero coger uno de los 2 apartamentos para un daycare.
I want to take one of the apartments for the daycare.
Does she live in the other one?
¿Usted vive en el otro?
Sí.
Yes.
Which apartment are you going to use for the daycare?
¿Cuál usted va a usar para el
El
daycare?
segundo apartamento.
The second one.
Is there tenants in there now? Is that on the second floor, the whole second floor?
Es el primer piso y el basement es un apartamento registrado.
It's the first floor and the basement, and it's a registered apartment.
So what's the other registered apartment?
I'm sorry?
Did you say it's a registered apartment?
It's registered.
Es una casa registrada de 2 familias.
It's a registered 2-family home.
Okay, so I'm asking you, is it the first floor an apartment and the second floor an apartment?
Es el primer piso un apartamento y el segundo otro.
No, lo que pasa es que el primer piso, que es el basement, está por el otro lado de atrás, pero es el primer piso.
Or what happened is that the first floor, the exit is through the basement, so the exit is through the back.
So there's an apartment in the basement?
Hay un apartamento en el basement. Yes.
And where's the second apartment?
Y el segundo apartamento.
Es el que queda a la frente de la Monroe Avenue.
It's the one in front of Morrow Avenue, the first floor, ¿verdad?
And what's on the second floor?
Y en el segundo piso.
El primer piso conlleva primero, segundo y tercero. Es el primer piso.
So el primer piso.
La primera familia.
So la familia hasta el apartamento número 3. Oh, the first family home is all the way to the 3rd floor. It's the first, second, and 3rd.
Y el segundo apartamento es el basement.
I'm lost on this. I'm confused here.
Está confundido.
Okay, you
Is
want
there,
to see
so
pictures?
is there an apartment in the basement? Okay, and is there an apartment on the first floor?
Yeah, don't you have to have a verbal response to this?
Usted tiene, hay un apartamento en el basement y hay un apartamento en el primer piso, él está confundido.
Es una casa de 2 familias. El primer piso es una familia completa de 3 pisos y un segundo apartamento en el basement.
So she said it's 2-family home, so the first apartment is for a family, and it's the first, second, and third floor, and the second apartment is the basement.
Do you have pictures?
¿Tiene fotos?
Pero solamente traje del basement.
I only have pictures from the basement.
Okay, thank you.
Es un apartamento de 1,400.
Le pregunto si quiere. Can she go to you? Oh.
Es un apartamento de 1,400.
So you're proposing the daycare would be in the basement?
¿Está proponiendo que el daycare esté en el basement?
Sí, es un apartamento totalmente legalizado, no tiene ningún problema y mide 1,440 pies cuadrados.
It's a totally legal, yeah, it's a totally legal apartment, and ¿cuánto mide?
1,440 pies cuadrados.
And the lot is, the building, the measurements, it's 1,440 square feet.
The
Okay.
basement only.
The basement only,
So the daycare's in the basement only?
yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about your parking. You said you have 4 spots?
Dijo que tiene cuatro, yes, 4 parking spots.
Where?
En la parte trasera, en el área, ¿qué se llama?
In the back, by the alley.
I think you only have 2 to 3 spots back there? Yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, there's 3 spots back there. Yeah.
Tres, él dice.
Yo parqueo 4 carros.
So how do you get into, does the basement have an inside entrance from the first floor and an exit out back?
El basement tiene una entrada por la casa del frente y tiene una salida por detrás
Tiene 2 salidas, tiene una salida por entrada, por un lado.
y una por atrás.
Sí, tiene
Yes,
dos.
both, through the front and through the back.
Is it a separate exit or separate entrance to the basement, or you're going through the apartment on the first floor?
¿Es una entrada separada por el primer piso o tiene que pasar por el primer piso para llegar al basement?
No, pues separada.
Separate.
Is it on the outside of the house, the entrance?
¿Está fuera de la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Whereabouts? Where is it located that I could see it?
¿Dónde está
En la
localizado?
parte derecha de la casa.
On the right side of the house.
Are those pictures there? Can we see that?
She hasn't, because she... I'm sorry? The pictures?
La puerta era una ventana larga y le pusimos la puerta. Que de tamaño
Pero está en
de-
el frente de la
del
casa.
lado derecho.
En el frente de la casa?
Sí, adelante, pero del lado derecho. del patio.
It's in the front, but on the right side. Solamente hay una puerta.
No, en un lado, de la parte de adelante tiene una ventana grande. Ahí esa parte de la ventana es una ventana que medía 3 centímetros y medio. La ventana y le pusimos la puerta ahí por la ventana.
Oh, there was a long window there that the measurements was 3.5 centimeters, and they put a door there.
So how many kids is she looking to have?
¿Cuántos niños usted quiere?
Por lo menos 6 es lo que me aprueba la ciudad para cuidar en un área.
She wants at least 6.
And how many employees would be working there?
¿Cuántos empleados va a tener usted?
La ciudad me explica que con 6 niños solamente yo puedo trabajar con 6 niños yo sola.
So, ¿es usted sola?
Sí, necesito más personas ya. Si quiero más niños, necesito más personas. Pero por lo menos yo sola puedo cuidar 6.
She said that the city told her that with 6 kids, she will be able to handle them. If she wants to have more kids, then she will need to hire people.
Okay, so Dan, how many parking spots do we need for the 1.5 for the one apartment, and how many for the supposed daycare in the basement? 1 employee, 6 kids.
1 per 10 children.
Están viendo cuántos parqueos necesita.
Well, let the record reflect that that's not in line with the Pennsylvania Department of Education standards. You have to have 1 aide per 4 children.
Well, we're not here to license
she's-
her.
she's here
She
to
would have
ask
to
for
get-
relief from
She would
that.
have to get licensed
Yeah.
by the state. We have no control over the license for the state.
I'm just completely, by the way, my name is Paul Kelly. I represent some of the neighbors. I'm completely confused over how many people live there and how many apartments there are. I don't think she's answered that.
Well, I believe there's 2, Don, is there 2 legal apartments in that building?
It's a legal 2-unit building,
So,
yes.
so,
Didn't we hear that there's 3?
Que sí son legales.
No, she
Él
said
dice que él-
the
No,
one
so as far
apartment
as I
was
know,
first,
2.
second, and third floor is one apartment. And the other apartment is the
Que usted
basement that she
tiene-
wants to use for the daycare.
Okay, and how many people reside in 1, 2, and 3rd floor that need to park there?
Well, by ordinance, she would need 1.5, which would be 2 off-street parking spots for that apartment. Plus, she would need 1 more off-street parking because she has less than 10 children. And then she needs some kind of a space for a safe and convenient drop-off and pickup area. So that's, as far as vehicular traffic, that's what the requirements would be.
Él dice que tú tienes los requerimientos para los parqueos. Que sí.
does she know where the kids will be getting dropped off at?
Where you said? ¿Usted sabe de dónde van a dejar los niños?
Por eso le digo que la parte de atrás del apartamento, la entrada principal, por la parte de atrás se recoge y se dejarían los niños.
Through the back of the house, like through the alley where the parking spots are, they're gonna drop off and pick up the kids.
Are you completed?
Terminó?
I'm going to show you, first and foremost,
Wait, is she done with her testimony?
that's what I just asked.
Are you done with your
¿Terminó
testimony?
usted con su testimonio?
Sí, solamente que no quiero que los vecinos piensen que con este proyecto mío voy a alterar la tranquilidad del neighborhood, porque no es así.
Okay. She just want to say that with this project of hers, she doesn't want the neighbors to think that she's going to alter the quiet piece of the neighborhood
Porque es adentro.
because it's going to be inside the house.
Thank you.
The first thing I'm going to do is object to the application on its face. There's nothing in here indicating what section of the ordinance she's seeking relief from or a variance from. For neighbors, notice she has NA, 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 NA. And from my research, let me show you a copy of your deed. Your deed indicates that you are New Yorker Nunez Geraldo, is that correct?
Yes.
What's the name that you have on the application?
¿Cuál es el nombre de la aplicación? ¿Qué quieres saber?
Niorca Núñez.
Not Geraldo.
Yo siempre uso Niorca Núñez, que me...
Pero es
casi
usted
no-
misma.
Pero soy yo misma. Sí.
Is herself, she just didn't put her second last name on the application.
Nunca, casi nunca.
I never use it.
Again, I'm gonna ask that this application be dismissed for improper application.
Okay, we'll take it under advisement, but she's testified that she is one and the same as the person on the deed, and the zoning officer has the variance box is checked, so that's what we advertised it as. a variance.
We don't know what relief she's asking for. What variance? What type of variance?
A variance to put a daycare. That's
Where does it say that?
on the attachment to the application, the justification for request.
Él está viendo otra cosa. La aplicación suya. ¿Tiene mi nombre? Yo estoy buscando. Aquí está la aplicación. Giraldo. Ujú.
Does this have to be, as Mr. Kelly's doing this thing right now, just a quick question. Does this have to be authorized by the state? Does the state have to come in and inspect this to give a license to operate this daycare?
Esto tiene que ser aprobado por el Estado para usted tener esa licencia para hacer su...
Sí, tiene que ser aprobada y ellos van y chequean la casa y todo eso, sí.
Yes, they have to come to the house and look at it, they have to approve it.
And is she running a daycare now?
¿Usted tiene un daycare ahora?
No.
You have no children coming there now?
¿No tiene niños viniendo a la casa ahora?
No, tengo mis hijos y mi familia que me visita, pero yo no tengo daycare.
No, I only have my kids and my family that comes and visit, but I don't have any daycare.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias. You're welcome.
I'm showing you a photo of the rear of the building, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where are the children going to be entering and exiting from?
This is the front.
Let the record reflect that she's pointing to a very small door, as we look at it, to
It's from
the right.
It's
And that's the only entrance and exit to where the nursery, to the day school is going to be?
No.
Esa es la única salida y entrada donde los niños van a entrar y salir.
No. Las personas del Estado me explicaron que puede haber una ventana grande que mida 3 metros y medio para que el niño pueda salir. Y yo tengo esa ventana grande, de hecho le puse una escalera que eso puede ser aprobada por el Estado.
¿Pero una puerta?
No, es una salida de emergencia.
Oh.
Una salida de emergencia. Yo tengo una ventana alta de 3 metros y medio.
Okay, she said that she have like a high window of 3.5 millimeters, and she spoke to the state, and the state told her that can be used as a door, and she has a stair there.
Puedo poner la escalera para que los niños salgan seguramente a la tierra.
Okay, so the kids are gonna come up to the ground when they exit.
Where's that shown on here?
¿Dónde muestra eso?
Desde el parqueo, no, aquí. Entonces, esta es escalera and the window.
What she's showing me is a window with steps, but I don't know if that's in the front of the building or in the rear of the building.
Está en la parte de atrás.
Del lado derecho, casi al
¿El frente de la casa?
No en el frente, sino a la parte de derecha, adelante. En la parte derecha.
On the right side of the house.
Front of the rear.
Enfrente del...
I think you said the
Dígale, mi
side.
coche está en el frente y el lado más atrás es una habitación del basement y en esa habitación, el basement, está esa ventana grande.
Okay, she said that her porch is on the right side, and there is a room that goes...
La habitación del basement.
Oh, the bedroom for the basement,
En
and that's where the door is, the window.
And how do you get to that window?
That side.
And that's the side where Mrs. Nellis lives?
No, she lives this side, that's her side.
Okay, so you're saying no one's going to be going up and down that way?
No, the children's gonna come from this is the parking lot here, and they're gonna go that side, for her side.
I'm sorry, if you're answering, you need to answer through the interpreter loudly.
Okay, sorry.
So, he was asking if the way that she was showing him was from where the kids were gonna come in and out, if it was gonna be by her house, and she stated no, it's not by her house, it's on the other side of the house.
I think you've already asked her enough about the parking. There's just no way that this could have fit with up to 10 students with I don't know how many residents that live there that park their cars there, plus aides.
Que no sabe cuántas personas viven ahí parqueando carros.
Ms. Nunez, have you had any city inspectors look at this to see if it meets the city code for a daycare?
¿Usted ha tenido algún inspector de la ciudad que haya venido para ver si esto tiene los códigos de la ciudad
No me
para
lo
un daycare?
no pueden ir a probarme si no tengo la capacidad primero, me dijo la ciudad.
Perdón, ¿cómo así?
Well, you guys are having a conversation. Just interpret what I asked her, please.
I'm just asking her, I asked her your question, but I'm trying to understand what she's saying so I don't interpret the right way. I don't want to interpret the wrong
Okay.
thing.
La ciudad me pidió primero la capacidad del apartamento para mandar a inspeccionar si el lugar está, si puedo hacer un daycare.
The city asked her for the capacity of the apartment first so they can come and inspect it.
The city did.
La ciudad.
I mean, la persona que me está dando las citas para el daycare, ella me mandó acá.
The person who is giving me the appointments for the daycare sent me here.
For the sake of clarity, I met with Ms. Nunez probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. She asked what was allowed by zoning. I said, you're allowed to have 3 children as an accessory daycare center. She said she wanted to have more than 3, so I gave her a zoning application and told her she needed a zoning variance to have more than 3.
So, Mr. King, had you been to the premises?
I haven't been in it, but I've been by it, no.
So you don't know the square footage that she's...
No, I do not.
Okay, let me ask you that. In these photos, is this where you're gonna have the daycare?
¿Es ahí donde usted va a tener el daycare?
Sí,
Yes. In this,
ese apartamento tiene 1,410 pies cuadrados. 1,440 pies cuadrados.
1,440 square feet. 1,440,
El apartamento completo.
the whole apartment.
Are you licensed by the State Department of Education?
¿Usted tiene licencia del Departamento de Educación?
No me permiten continuar. He cogido 4 clases, pero no me permite continuar hasta que no tenga la capacidad del apartamento.
She took 4 classes, but they don't let her continue until she get the capacity of the apartment.
So the answer is no. She doesn't have a license to be a daycare provider. Is that correct?
She stated that they don't let her continue.
Do you have any child abuse clearances?
¿Tiene claro para abuso de niños? O sea, no tiene nada.
Tengo todo, el 15 tengo la reunión para que ellos me manden a procesar todo si yo llevo la capacidad. No me dejan continuar si no llevo la capacidad del apartamento.
Okay. On the 15th, I have an appointment to bring all the paperwork so they can process it but if I don't bring the capacity, they won't let me continue.
Okay, so the answer is no. She doesn't have
So la
it.
pregunta es no.
You have a criminal records check from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Tiene el récord criminal chequeado.
I believe this will all happen. If they'll go for this, this is all
Right, that's
nothing
all
to do
part-
with
That's all part of the licensing process,
Ella necesita
which comes after this.
esto primero.
Thank you.
She's asking to open a daycare center in the
Right,
city of
and she
Scranton
can't...
that doesn't
and she
have these
can't-
things?
No, if
Yeah,
we
yeah.
were to approve it, it's approved with the condition that she meets all the state requirements in order to qualify to open up a daycare.
I'm going to show you some of the photos that my clients have taken of the property. Nunez, what fencing is currently on the property?
Señora Núñez, ¿qué fensa usted tiene en la propiedad?
No tengo fensa todavía. Estamos terminando un proyecto dentro del patio para poner la fensa ahora.
I don't have fence yet. We are finishing a project that we have in the backyard to put the fence.
But you're here tonight asking for a variance and there's no fence.
Is that a requirement?
That'll be a requirement that the state will have.
No, that's section 403,
And
fences and walks.
again, we would add that as a condition, obviously.
She has a question.
She doesn't have one. She doesn't have a fence.
No, she'd have to have a fence in order to open.
Right, can she ask a question?
No, una pregunta. Quiero decir algo a lo que él dice.
Or she want to add something to what he's saying?
Por ejemplo, yo soy una persona que no estoy trabajando ahora mismo.
I am a person that I'm not working right now.
Y no puedo invertir ahora mismo si no tengo algo seguro que me van a dar el permiso para yo continuar con el proyecto.
And I cannot use money to put something, do the for the project if I'm not sure if I'm going to get it.
Claro. Si me aprueban el proyecto, que vayan y inspeccionen la casa.
Which is very understandable.
Ajá.
Muy entendible.
Que me aprueben, entonces yo hago todo lo que tengo que hacer para que los niños que estén en mi casa, que yo cuide, estén seguros.
Okay. So if I get approved for the project, then I'll do everything that needs to get done for the kids to be secure and safe.
How many people currently live in the home?
¿Cuántas personas viven en la casa en este momento?
Vive yo, mi esposo, tengo 4 niños y mi papá.
My dad, my husband, myself, and my 4 kids.
Tenía un ahijado viviendo conmigo, pero ya se mudó a Nueva York.
Oh, I had a godson living with me, but he moved out of the house.
And do you have a chicken coop? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is the chicken coop currently in compliance with the city code?
Yes.
You see the photos of the chicken coop?
Yes. Dile que fueron a mi casa, la ciudad chequeó donde yo la tengo y no tuve ningún problema.
She stated that the city came to the house and looked at it and they didn't have any issues with
Porque
it.
alguien me llamó y fueron y chequearon.
Well, didn't they
Somebody
make you
called the city and the city came to my house and they checked and everything was fine.
didn't they make you get rid of the roosters? Did you have to get rid of the roosters? Weren't they making a lot of noise in the neighborhood?
¿Tuvo usted que salir de los gallos porque estaban haciendo mucho escándalo?
Yo compré pollito para mis hijos, no sabía que venía un gallo. Cuando el gallo comenzó a cantar a las 4 de la mañana, mi esposo me dijo, Nunca, tenemos que regalar el gallo porque está haciendo escándalo. Y el mismo día lo sacamos, pero ya habían llamado a la ciudad, ni siquiera.
She stated that she bought some chicks for her kids and she didn't know that it was going to come with a rooster, so when the rooster started to sing at 4 o'clock in the morning, her husband told her that they need to get rid of it, and they did get rid of it, but somebody already called the city for her.
Yeah.
Didn't they also tell you to put up a fence?
¿También le dijeron que pusiera una fensa?
¿Quién?
Who?
City.
La ciudad.
No.
For the chickens?
No.
No?
We remember.
No, well, no. Nothing further. I have nothing, no
No
further
tiene nada
questions.
más que preguntar.
You can have a seat and come back if you need to.
Who, me?
Both of you can have a seat. Mr. Kelly's going to present his case now.
You may want to stay there while I'm putting my clients on so that you can tell her what they're saying. That's up to the board.
I'm sure that they can hear.
They could hear from back
Okay,
there,
all right.
because we need,
Yeah.
Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Mary Jo Nealis, 1043 Monroe Avenue.
Thank you.
First of all, just addressing the issue about the chickens. We did call, and Larry Spatchoff came out. He gave them 90 days to get a fence around the property and a proper hen house, because when they first got the chickens, they just had a play yard. So he came out and explained it to them. They had trouble understanding. The little boy interpreted it for the people in the basement. There were people living in the basement. It was an apartment. So he explained it to them, and he said, I'll give them 90 days. Well, in the meantime, the roosters came. Like she said, she didn't know she had them, but the roosters were there. And we called again, and they came out, and they supposedly told them what they needed to do. They had 13 chickens, so they had to get rid of some of them, because you could only have some. One zoning man told me 4, and another one told me 2, and another one told me 6. Larry Spatchoff said they could have 4 per family, and since there were 2 apartments, they could have 8. So I really don't know, but that was the issue. And my concern is that my property, we share a property line, and on my side, she just has the sidewalk. The grass in between is mine. I have a fence and a gate, all right? I just feel this will have a negative impact on my whole neighborhood. It may affect the sale of our properties, especially mine. I share a property line with this house, and that's how close the homes are to each other. If I chose to sell my property, it may limit the people interested in the property. I consider my property a retirement asset. I'm 72, and I bought that house and raised my kids as a single parent. I had 2 children, and that was what I was going to use if I had to. I was hoping I could sell it, in the near future, if I had to go into senior living. We do have limited parking. I know that every house gets only 1 spot, I guess, we just have it. My neighbor across the street has 3 properties she owns, the house across the street. So we have a lot of limited parking. They have, I think, 3 cars. I can't be sure. I have 1, and my neighbor on the next to me has 1. On the other side of their house, where you say they put the door, that person is in California. They're back and forth. They bought the home as a retirement home, but the wife hasn't retired yet. When she says that there's going to be 6 or more, which means 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like at least 6, I was under the understanding you have to count the kids that are already in the house too, or she has a baby, so that one would be 1, so how many more can they have? I've been there 38 years. My neighbor across the street's been there 30. The neighbor next to him, he's Mr. Ginsburg. He's been there 50. And the other man that's here, he's been here 6. And my concern is that, the quality of right now, it's a beautiful neighborhood and it's quiet. I'm familiar with daycares because my children went to them. They'll be outside in the summertime because, as you notice from the pictures, they did build a gazebo. I would imagine maybe that was for the children when they'll be outside. That's my privacy. Children live in there, it's fine, but added children, all right. And I just think that the dynamics of the neighborhood is definitely going to change. We pay high taxes there, we pay good taxes, and I'm just afraid that my property is not going to be worth what it should be. Like I said, I've lived there 38 years in the hopes of maybe someday, you know, being able to sell it. I asked a realtor, and they said that they wouldn't show a property next to a daycare in a residential area. It just wouldn't go. Like, I don't know, but would you buy a property next to a daycare? Like, I think it just it's just tough. You know, like, would you want in a residential area, want to be in a residential area?
And Mrs. Nealis, would you say that in the 38 years you're there, the essential character of the neighborhood is residential only?
Yes, it's been residential.
Okay, and there's never been a daycare or a business in this?
Other than there's a store at the end of the street, but that was there when I moved in.
So the essential character of the neighborhood is residential, single home dwellings?
Right.
Okay. I have nothing further.
My concern is that if this does get approved, would it stop anybody else from wanting to have a daycare in that same neighborhood? Because we are elderly in this neighborhood, so as time goes on, these homes are going to come up for sale probably, and it's just going to change a lot. And another thing is the drop-off and pickup. That's what I'm concerned about also. I'm very sorry that it's very hard to communicate, but it's only 2 of us got a notice because it was myself and my neighbor across the street that owns the 3 properties. We got the letter, just the 2 of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Call Mr. John Lotney.
You raise your right hand, please. Your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
My name is John Lotney. I'm 72. I live at 816 Poplar Street. And about 3 years ago, we recently bought a lot across the alley from us that goes down to Madison Avenue. So we own 2 properties there. But it's just the house we live in that we think is going to be affected by this, okay? We're there 27 years, and we made a lot of improvements on the house. We think the variance will have a negative effect on the lives and property values for us and the surrounding homes. We're 2 of the people. We got no notice on this. I found this out from the people up on Monroe Avenue. So we're the people, listed as NA, I guess, of the affected property owners on the variance application. We have some concerns, right? My wife is right there, Joanne, and this is a really important concern to us. Joanne has a home office, and the home office is in the alley. And I just noticed that, when she mentioned about it's a quiet neighborhood, quieter up on Monroe. We live on the alley, and it's not just an alley where cars go up once in a while. It's a McKenna Court, and that area is a busy alley. Okay, so I believe what they're proposing is that from my wife's office, she works for the state for ODP, and she's going to be working from home continually now. She started for the pandemic, but they told her that she's going to stay at home working there. And 20 to 30 feet from Joanne's office is where I believe they're proposing the parking, the pickup, and the drop-off area. Let me show it to them.
Yeah.
These are the 3 spots right here, right? And then right next door here is Mary Jo's house. So there's about, 30 feet there, right? And then right here, so here's where the drop-off area is going to be. My wife's home office is right there. And we're just concerned that, it's already a busy alley, and we're concerned it's going to be a lot busier if this thing goes
Those
through.
other photos.
I understand, we're not here for the chickens.
I know that, but the thing was that they came out, they were gonna come back in 90 days, and that they were supposed to have a legitimate coop. None of that separate issue.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you're here all night, you heard some of the testimony about the city of Chicago and stuff. We can't.
I'm trying not to do that, I'm trying not to.
I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying, I mean, we can't.
I'm not trying to.
I think we get the head.
Huh?
I think we understand what's going on.
Okay, so a big part of Joanne's job is conducting conference calls. She has sometimes 30, 40 people on a conference call. And we're already dealing with interruptions from the alleys, whether it's horns or the 4x4s that we can't catch in the city. And so the alley is where it's more noisy back there. There's very little parking, there's 3 spots there, and we're concerned about the same thing, about the resale value of our house. I'm 72, and we're gonna, we may be looking to sell soon, and we don't know that anybody's gonna look at a house with the daycare next door. I'm almost finished. In closing, so I wrote this down. We paid our taxes on time for 27 years, and we don't bitch about it. Well, maybe a little. But we follow the rules and the codes, and we need your help here. We think we've earned it.
Thank you.
There are other neighbors in attendance. Would you stand up, please? Mary Jo, this is one of the persons who got notice, who lives right across the street. Your name?
Jamie Rodriguez-Chaleski.
Okay.
And my mother owns 3 properties adjacent to across the street.
Have you heard the testimony of Mary Jo and...
She has something to podium.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Jamie Rodriguez-Chaleski, and Chilewski. And my home address is 5611 Lakeview Road, Susquehanna, 18847.
And who owns the home directly across the street from...
My mother.
Okay.
And her name is Regina Rodriguez.
And you heard the testimony that Mary Jo and John gave, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you heard the testimony of the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nunez, correct?
Yes, correct.
Is there anything that you would add that's new to what they already testified to?
Can I have that?
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry. As I said, my mom has 3 properties there, so she owns 1032, 1034, and 1036. And just one thing I would like to add is she bought a vacant lot next to her property so that something such as this didn't happen to her in the future, that a business could be put in or something that was considered non-residential. I would like to say that they have at least 3 cars themselves. As she said, she had 4 children. I don't know what that is considered on the amount of children that she could have in the daycare. The only entrance is through the back, is in the basement. The second floor would be considered the second apartment. And she said the children will never go outside. So I thought that was a little strange that the children at a daycare would never go outside. And the liability to Mary Jo. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing else for me.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
No
Are we done?
further-
Are we done? Do we have to have them come back up, or? No?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Make a motion. Yeah, we're just, you guys ready? Any more questions?
I'll make a motion.
A second.
Mr. Morris?
No.
Mr. Gattens?
No.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Chairman?
No. Vote of 5-0, you've been denied. Thank you.
I hope you guys don't have any more cases. Oh, my goodness. I don't see anybody.
You ready?
Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Case number 5, Jose L. Florentino seeks variance to convert former funeral home / apartment to 4-unit dwelling at 1101 Prospect Avenue, R1A zone.
Mr. Florentino here?
I am here to represent my cousin, Jose Florentino.
Okay.
Because he's out of the country.
Okay.
Okay.
So I was just helping her out with the translation.
So you're already sworn in, so you can
Oh, yeah.
proceed.
Right. So I'm here because he bought a property, he's in the process of buying a property in, I think it's 1109 Prospect Avenue. It used to be a funeral home before. It's a big space. It has 4 entrances from the outside, and he's trying to build 4 apartments there for rent. So he does have 3 spaces, driveway, parking lots, right next to it, and there's another lot that he stated that he can use as a parking for the tenants if it's needed.
Does he own that lot?
I'm sorry?
Does he own the lot? Is he buying the lot, or does it come with that property?
He's buying?
Well, you said there's another lot. Is that what you said? Another
It's
lot?
included. Everything is
Okay.
included. It's just not, it's just empty.
Okay.
But he can use it as a parking space.
How many units are there now?
It's a funeral home. It is, it's a big empty space in the first floor, and then there is an apartment on the second floor, but it's like 6 rooms downstairs, and then 6 rooms. Like, he could build like apartments, 3 and 2-bedroom apartments, like with a huge
How many,
space there.
do you know how many square feet the building is?
Oh, he didn't tell me that.
I
told me
think-
that
well,
everything
When's he
should-
coming back? When's he coming back? 'Cause, like, we'd like to see what he plans on doing, like
Exactly.
size of the apartments, and like he's got to have some kind of plan for
I
us.
told him that he's planning on coming back next week. He just didn't want to wait until next month for the
Can we
for
do
the
one more
hearing.
continuance on this?
We're gonna have, I think it's gonna be your benefit if we table it till next month. Because
For next-
I mean, no offense, you don't have the information.
I don't have a lot of information. I
Yeah.
have videos of the funeral home, what he did, but I don't have like numbers. If you need numbers, I don't have that.
I would ask him to jot it down on a piece of paper, how many apartments, how many bedrooms, square footage of the apartments, and
Let him come back, let him come back.
Yeah, he told me that if you need a sketch with, with everything that is needed. you
parking
can-
diagram.
Yeah, you need a parking diagram too.
Okay, all right.
So why do you ask the board to table this till next month?
Okay, so does he need to submit the application again, or?
No.
You're gonna give me a date?
We'll just give you another date.
Okay, perfect.
So you just got to ask us to table it till next month. Ask it.
You have to ask the board to table it. You have to do it.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, can I have the table next month?
We're gonna vote on that, correct?
Yep.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
This is on the continuance for next month. Correct.
Okay, perfect. And he's gonna get a letter with the date and time?
It's the second week, second Wednesday.
Second Wednesday of
September.
September. Okay, perfect. It's gonna be at the same time, at 6 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Hopefully it won't be as long.
I know.
All right, second Wednesday at 6. All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
So we're gonna
Mr.
vote.
Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Gattens?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, the meeting has been continued till next month.
Perfect, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night, everybody.
What are we gonna do with this last case?
Well, there's enough.
Oh, sure.
Case number 6, Reor Penn LLC seeks special exception to convert former tavern space to an additional dwelling unit at 400 West Market Street, CN zone.
Yes. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Name and address, please.
My name is Charlie Afrigan. The applicant is my business partner, is Deck Alignment. I just couldn't make it here today. So I came here as a member of the corporation of the LLC, representing the LLC, basically.
Okay. Did you give your name and address?
Yes, so
Okay.
Charlie Afrigan. Address is 4 Steffwold Road in Horsham, PA 19044.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Yes, AFERGAN.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're under contract for this property at 400 West Market Street. There are currently 3 residential units, an additional bar on the first floor. And this bar is not in use, and we would like to convert it into a, it's not in use. I mean, it's not functioning as a bar, really. And we would like to convert it into a residential unit.
So technically, this is a special exception change from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use.
Sorry?
Yeah,
it's the first floor, yeah. Yeah, there are people living upstairs.
Yeah, this was Noon's Bar, was right on the corner there.
Right, yeah. On the first floor, no. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, on the side, yeah. I want to do the first floor as a residential unit.
So, but there's somebody living on the first floor already,
Not in the bar, though.
just in the back?
Not at the bar, yeah. It's kind of like, you see the photo, like there are like 2 doors. So one is right at the corner going into the bar, the other one is going to the apartment on the first floor, and then to the lobby where we can go upstairs to the others.
Where does everybody park at?
So there is no off-street parking. So by Brick Ave, I guess. But again, across the street, there is another 5 units building for 1 West Market. But I guess that if we're gonna keep it as a bar and we're gonna make a bar over there, just gonna make more traffic, so it's not gonna benefit anyone. So I think it will benefit everybody if we're gonna convert it into residential and then.
How long is the bar closed?
Sorry?
How long ago did the bar close, stop operating?
How long? I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, it's not easy just to say you're gonna put a bar back in either.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, from my perspective, you have no parking whatsoever there, like none.
Yeah, there are no parking.
Yeah.
How many units are in the building?
4 in total, including the bar. So like 3 residential and the bar. But again, whatever business that will be there, even if it's not gonna be a bar, if it's gonna be a store, a deli, whatever it is, I guess it will get more, like.
I mean, no matter what you do, the store, deli, or anything like that, you still have to get, still have
Sorry?
to come back before us for parking and everything. So, I mean.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily for a
Because
store?
it's a commercial zone.
Okay, okay.
So could that still stay a bar?
Well, it's always been a bar, so yes, it could stay a bar.
Did you have a liquor license there?
No. But again, our intentions is not to have a bar over there, and again, I think it will just gonna be more beneficial for the neighbors as well if there won't be a bar over there, because obviously there will be more people coming in, more traffic.
So we don't have to take in consideration for the other apartments for parking, right? Because we're not here on that, correct?
My opinion would be there'd be less need for parking for an apartment there would be for a bar.
Or any commercial.
Yeah,
space.
Or any commercial.
Or any other business.
if you look at at 806G, talking about change from one use to another, you have to take into effect traffic, noise, outdoor storage, hours of operation, compatibility with the surrounding area, and pretty much that's what you're looking at. Is this going to be worse than if it's one of the permitted uses? You know, and there are a lot of permitted uses in a CN zone. He could use it as offices, he could use it as a bakery. You know, there's a lot of those type of uses in a CN zone.
Thank you.
Is this gonna be like to one family?
Yeah, it's gonna, but we're planning, we have, no. We already have a plan, like a floor plan from an architect, like, it's gonna be like a 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bath. So, that's the plan. We'll see, like.
I'll make a motion.
Did we have a second? Okay.
Second.
All right. Well, we'll switch it up this time. Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Gattens?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, vote of 5-0, you've been approved. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Let's call this last case.
Yeah, we're gonna,
Let's do that first case so we can vote on it.
Yeah. You back to case number 1. Rafiq Ahmed seeks variance to use property at 409 Honesdale Court as two-family home, light industrial zone.
as he's not here, so.
No testimony, take a vote.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Mr. Morris?
No.
Mr. Gattens?
No.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Chairman?
No, a vote of 5-0, you've been denied. Meeting adjourned.